What if the wisdom of ages could whisper directly into your soul, illuminating the darkest corners of your existence? In the shadows of history, ancient voices beckon, their words thick with the weight of experience and the urgency of truth. Wisdom, they say, is a treasure buried deep, and its unearthing is fraught with peril and promise. In a world torn by conflict and temptation, where decisions teeter on the brink of folly, an echo from millennia past reverberates, crafted by the hands of kings and sages. The Book of Proverbs stands as a towering fortress, its walls lined with maxims that pulse with life, each one a lifeline thrown into the swirling chaos of human experience. Yet, beneath the surface lies an unsettling tension, a quiet storm brewing. Who were the architects of this profound wisdom? What trials forged the steel of their insights? As the sun sets over an ancient kingdom, shadows lengthen, and the weight of unspoken fears fills the air. A father's voice, filled with both hope and desperation, sends ripples through the fabric of time, urging his son to cling to wisdom, to shun the allure of folly that lurks just out of sight. Amidst political intrigue and shifting allegiances, an unyielding truth emerges. Wisdom is not merely learned, it is survived. Kings rise and fall, fortunes are lost and regained, yet the timeless principles etched in the Proverbs endure, whispering their gentle warnings through the clamor of human ambition. Each verse, a magnet drawing forth the struggles of existence, pulsates with the promise of clarity in a world choked by confusion. But as the night deepens, one question lingers in the air, heavy and foreboding. What happens when wisdom collides with folly? Beneath the veneer of moral lessons lie tales of betrayal, failure, and the relentless pursuit of understanding. A dance between light and darkness, where the stakes are nothing less than the soul itself. From the echoes of personal strife to the grand narratives of kingdoms, the story of Proverbs is not static. It breathes. Its characters, fools and sages alike, navigate temptations that threaten to unravel their very essence. A haunting urgency pulses through their choices, each one a step closer to enlightenment or despair. As the moon casts an eerie glow over the land, the wisdom of Proverbs beckons to all who dare to listen. Will the seeker find solace in its age-old counsel, or will the seductive whispers of folly lead them astray? The air is thick with anticipation, and the shadows seem to beckon, promising revelations that could shatter illusions and ignite the fires of a soul's awakening. The stage is set. The players are in motion. The question remains, who will heed the call of wisdom before it is too late? The sun hung low in the sky, casting golden rays over a bustling ancient marketplace. Merchants shouted their wares, children laughed, and the scent of warm bread mingled with spices from distant lands. Among the crowd, a figure stood slightly apart, wise and weathered, observing the human tapestry woven with threads of joy, sorrow, and everything in between. This man, a sage, was more than just a witness. He was a keeper of stories, truths distilled into simple, powerful sayings that would echo through the ages. As the sage watched, he recalled the moments that shaped his wisdom. Each proverb he carried, a fragment of life's larger narrative, had been birthed from the depths of human experience. They were words of caution and celebration, guidance and reflection. People sought him out, not just for his wisdom but for the way he could encapsulate profound truths in just a few syllables. In the market's chaos, he felt the pulse of life, its trials and triumphs, all leading to the timeless lessons he would share. In the shadows of history, the origins of these proverbs lay hidden, each one a time capsule of human thought. From the ancient scrolls of the Near East, where wise men penned their insights on clay tablets, to the oral traditions that danced around fires in the dark of night, the evolution of these sayings mirrored humanity's journey itself. The sage smiled as he thought of the kings and commoners who had passed down wisdom, their voices echoing through the corridors of time. One evening, as twilight wrapped the world in a soft embrace, a young woman approached him, her heart heavy with uncertainty. She sought advice on a choice that loomed before her like a dark cloud. The sage leaned closer, his voice gentle but firm. "Life is like a river," he began, weaving the tale of a man who once stood at the riverbank, torn between two paths. One path was wide and well-trodden, promising ease and comfort. The other was narrow, rocky, and uncertain. Yet, the man chose the narrow path, for he longed to discover what lay beyond. As the words flowed, the young woman felt the weight of her own decision lift slightly. She understood then that the Proverbs were not just words. They were mirrors reflecting the struggles and hopes of countless souls before her. The sage continued, recounting tales of bravery, folly, love, and loss, each proverb a beacon guiding the way. In another corner of the world, a young boy listened intently as an elderly man recounted stories of his youth. The boy's eyes sparkled with wonder as he absorbed nuggets of wisdom, each one a piece of a larger puzzle. A wise man learns more from his enemies than a fool from his friends, the elder said, laughter dancing in his voice. The boy nodded, feeling the truth resonate deep within him. He too would one day share these stories, these proverbs that held the weight of history and experience. Beyond the tales shared in quiet corners, proverbs were woven into the fabric of religion and philosophy. In sacred texts, they served as divine whispers, guiding the faithful toward righteousness and understanding. As the sage reflected on these connections, he felt the gravity of the words that had shaped civilizations, brought hope in despair, and ignited revolutions of thought. Through laughter and tears, proverbs transcended cultures. In distant lands, sayings echoed similar sentiments, revealing a shared humanity. The grass is always greener on the other side, the sage recalled hearing from travelers, each word a reminder of the universal longing for what lies just beyond reach. Such sayings, simple yet profound, bridged the gaps between hearts, cultures, and histories. As the sun set, the marketplace began to quiet down, but the sage's heart raced with anticipation. The stories of Proverbs were not merely relics of the past but alive and breathing, waiting to inspire the next generation. He thought of the challenges that lay ahead for humanity and how these timeless words could guide through trials yet to come. In a small room, illuminated by flickering candlelight, a group of individuals gathered, their faces reflecting determination and hope. They were seekers of truth, yearning to understand the wisdom of their ancestors. The sage stood before them, ready to impart the lessons of generations, knowing that every proverb contained layers of meaning that could ignite change within each listener. As he began to speak, the words flowed like a river, sweeping them into the current of history. "A stitch in time saves 9, he proclaimed, and they gasped, realizing that this simple phrase carried the weight of foresight and responsibility. The room buzzed with excitement as they shared their interpretations, their perspectives merging into a mosaic of understanding. The night grew darker, but the spark of enlightenment ignited a fire within them. They debated, questioned, and reflected, each proverb acting as a touchstone for their own experiences. The sage listened, his heart swelling with pride. He saw before him the next generation of storytellers, carrying forward the legacy of wisdom that had been passed down through time. In the corners of the world, similar gatherings unfolded, as seekers shared the proverbs that shaped their lives. From the dusty streets of old cities to the quiet countryside, the echoes of these sayings resonated, an unbroken chain connecting humanity through the ages. The sage knew that this was only the beginning. While the night deepened, a storm began to brew outside, thunder rumbling ominously. The wind howled like a restless spirit, but within those walls, a sacred space of learning and connection thrived. The sage felt an urgency. The proverbs were not mere words. They were lifelines meant to carry individuals through the storms of life. As he shared more, he caught glimpses of future challenges, the struggles that awaited his listeners, and he felt a profound responsibility to ensure that they were equipped with the wisdom of the ages. Every story shared was a thread in the tapestry of human experience, intertwined with hope, fear, love, and loss. The room pulsed with energy as the participants realized that within them lay the power to shape the future, to uplift others through the wisdom they had gathered. The sage's voice rang true, resonating through the night. Words can change the world. Let them be your guide. As dawn approached, the storm began to subside, leaving behind an exhilarating stillness. The sage, surrounded by eager faces illuminated by the first rays of sunlight, knew that the journey was far from over. Each chapter in the lives of those gathered would be a new story waiting to be told, filled with the proverbs that would continue to echo through time, an eternal dance of wisdom woven into the very fabric of existence. In a small, sun-drenched village, nestled between rolling hills and whispering streams, a child sat quietly beneath the shade of an ancient oak tree. The air was thick with the scent of wildflowers and the distant sound of laughter, but the child was lost in thought, eyes reflecting a deep well of curiosity. In that moment, the world felt alive with questions, each one a shimmering thread in the fabric of existence. What makes a wise person? What does it mean to truly understand? As the sun dipped lower in the sky, casting a golden hue across the village, an old man approached, his face lined with the stories of 1,000 yesterdays. The villagers knew him as the Keeper of Wisdom, a title he bore with a humble grace. With each step, he carried the weight of ages past, a living library of proverbs that danced like shadows on the walls of his heart. He settled beside the child, the gentle rustle of leaves harmonizing with the soft cadence of his voice. True wisdom, he began, is not merely the accumulation of knowledge. It is the ability to see the world through the eyes of another. The child's eyes widened, hunger for understanding igniting a spark within. The old man continued, sharing tales that echoed through time, each one a thread woven into the rich tapestry of human experience. He spoke of King Solomon, the wisest ruler of ancient Israel, whose story was steeped in both grandeur and humility. Solomon was famed for his ability to discern truth from deception, his wisdom sought by queens and commoners alike. The story of two women, each claiming to be the mother of a single child, became a legendary test of his wisdom. The tension hung thick in the air as Solomon proposed a heart-wrenching solution, cutting the child in half. In that moment, true motherly love revealed itself in one of the women's desperate plea to give up her claim, proving that wisdom often lies in selflessness. The child listened, spellbound, as the old man painted vivid images of the past, the bustling marketplaces of Jerusalem, the solemn debates of philosophers, the echoes of laughter and sorrow mingling in the air. Each story was laced with proverbs, those little nuggets of truth that captured the essence of life. A gentle answer turns away wrath, he murmured, letting the words settle like soft rain. The child felt the weight of those words, as if they were seeds planted in fertile soil, ready to sprout into understanding. Through the old man's tales, the child began to sense the pulse of history, a rhythm that echoed the wisdom of generations. The proverbs were not mere sayings. They were the voices of ancestors whispering truths in the ears of the living. Each proverb was a bridge connecting past and present, a way to navigate the complexities of life. The child could almost hear the laughter of children who had lived centuries ago, their joys and sorrows mirrored in his own experiences. As dusk fell, the sky transformed into a canvas of fiery hues. The old man's voice grew softer, yet the gravity of his stories deepened. Wisdom is not just learned, it is felt, he said, his tone rich with emotion. He spoke of a time when the world was raw and untamed, a place where simple truths were hard-earned through pain and perseverance. Images of ancient warriors and wise women flashed before the child's mind, each one shaped by their struggles, each one carrying proverbs that guided them through life's fiercest storms. The tongue has the power of life and death, the old man cautioned, a shadow of sadness flickering across his face. The child felt a chill, understanding that wisdom could also be a heavy burden. With each lesson, there was an underlying current of responsibility, the weight of choices made and the lives they touched. The moon rose high, casting a silvery glow that illuminated the path ahead. The child's heart raced as the old man shared one final story, one that encapsulated the journey of wisdom. He spoke of a wise woman, revered in her village for her ability to see beyond the surface. She would often sit by the river, her eyes closed, listening to the water's song. One day, a traveler approached, desperate for answers to his unending questions. He raved and ranted, spilling his heart before her, but she remained silent, her gaze fixed on the flowing current. After what felt like an eternity, she finally spoke, her voice gentle yet firm. Sometimes, wisdom is not in the answers we seek, but in the stillness we embrace. The traveler, confused yet captivated, left with a sense of peace he had never known. The child felt their heart swell with this new understanding, realizing that wisdom often blooms in quiet moments of reflection. As the night deepened, the old man's words lingered, wrapping around the child like a warm blanket. The stories had taken root, intertwining with their thoughts and feelings, creating a tapestry of emotion that would not easily fade. A sense of urgency filled the air, an unspoken promise that wisdom was not a destination but a lifelong pursuit. With a final glance at the stars, the old man rose, his figure silhouetted against the night sky. "Remember, dear one," he said, voice thick with the weight of generations. "Wisdom is a treasure, but it requires courage to seek it." The child nodded, heart pounding with newfound resolve. As the old man walked away, a longing stirred within, an insatiable desire to uncover more, to dive deeper into the well of wisdom that lay just beyond reach. The stories echoed in the child's mind, weaving through the fabric of their being, each proverb resonating like the toll of a distant bell, calling them forward into the unknown. The night stretched out before them, alive with possibility, each moment a step toward understanding, each heartbeat a promise of growth. A lone figure stood atop a sun-drenched hill. The shimmering city of Jerusalem sprawled below like a jewel sparkling in the midday sun. Solomon, the wisest of kings, gazed upon the fruits of his labor, a grand temple rising majestically against the skyline, a beacon of faith and cultural pride. But within the brilliance of that moment lay shadows of tension and unresolved conflicts. The air was electric, charged with the hopes of a nation and the whispers of uncertainty lurking just beyond the edge of the horizon. In the years preceding his reign, the world had been a tumultuous place. The land had witnessed the rise and fall of empires, the ebb of peace, and the flow of war. As Solomon ascended to the throne, he inherited a kingdom filled with both promise and peril. His father, David, had united the tribes of Israel, bringing strength and prosperity. Yet, beneath the surface, tribal loyalties still simmered, threatening to fracture the unity David had fought so hard to establish. Those who had once celebrated the victories of the past now eyed each other with suspicion, and the echoes of history whispered caution. Solomon's wisdom was legendary, but it was not merely his intellect that made him great. It was his ability to read the hearts of those around him. As he ruled, he felt the weight of responsibility pressing upon his shoulders, a burden that shaped every decision he made. His court was filled with advisors, merchants, and dignitaries who sought his favor, each carrying their own dreams and fears. Among them were the wealthy elite, who reveled in opulence, and the common folk, whose struggles for survival went largely unseen. The contrast was stark, and within this complexity, Solomon moved like a skilled artist, trying to paint a harmonious picture on a canvas already marred by discord. The building of the temple was not merely an architectural feat. It was a symbol of hope and unity for a people long divided. As stones were quarried from the mountains, he envisioned a place where the divine would dwell among them, where prayers would rise like incense, mingling with the laughter of children and the cries of the distressed. Yet, each stone placed was a reminder of the sacrifices made, the lives changed forever by this grand vision. The laborers who toiled under the scorching sun, their hands calloused and bodies weary, whispered tales of their dreams of freedom, of a day when their sweat would build not just a structure, but a community bound by faith and love. As the temple began to take form, Solomon faced challenges that tested his resolve. Foreign nations, their eyes glinting with envy, watched closely, eager to exploit any sign of weakness. The neighboring kingdoms of Egypt and Phoenicia, powerful and shrewd, were potential allies and imminent threats. Solomon's marriage alliances, crafted with the intention of ensuring peace, created ripples of dissent among the people. Each union came with its own set of expectations, loyalties that could easily shift like sand in the desert. Amidst this political minefield, one could hear the murmurs of the prophets, voices rising like a choir in warning. They spoke of a covenant broken, of turning away from the divine. Solomon listened, his heart heavy with the weight of their words. He knew that a kingdom built on the foundation of a temple could easily crumble if it ignored the righteousness that called for justice, mercy, and humility. Yet, the palace itself was a testament to glory, with its lavish halls adorned with gold and silver, where feasts echoed with laughter and the clinking of goblets. Here, the air was fragrant with spices from distant lands, and music danced through the corridors, binding the hearts of those who shared in the revelry. Solomon, the orchestrator of this opulence, often caught himself lost in the melody of laughter, momentarily forgetting the storm clouds gathering at the fringes of his kingdom. But the laughter would not drown out the cries for justice. Among the people, there were those who struggled within the shadows, widows, orphans, the marginalized. Solomon found himself wandering the streets, seeking to know the pulse of his people. On one such evening, he encountered a woman weeping by the city gate, her face a mask of despair. Her plight stirred something deep within him, a reminder that the true measure of a king lay not in his wealth, but in his compassion. "Why do you weep?" he asked gently, his voice steady like the earth beneath their feet. "They take what little we have," she cried, "and leave us with nothing." Her words, raw and powerful, struck Solomon like a bolt of lightning. In that moment, he saw beyond the glimmering walls of the palace and the grandeur of the temple. He felt the pulse of the nation he governed, the heart that beat in unison with the hopes and fears of every soul. The weight of his kingship was a double-edged sword, one side promising glory, the other demanding sacrifice. With each passing year, as the temple neared completion, the divide between the rich and the poor grew more pronounced. The laughter of feasts began to sound hollow, and the weight of expectation loomed heavier. The promise of prosperity was marred by whispers of greed, and Solomon found himself ensnared in a web of his own making. He wrestled with his choices, seeking counsel from friends and advisors, yet the answers eluded him. The sun dipped low on the horizon, casting long shadows across the land as the first rays of twilight kissed the earth. The city was alive with the flickering of torches and the vibrant hum of life, but a chill settled in the air. Solomon sensed a storm brewing, one that would test the very foundations of his reign. And as he stood once more on that hill, overlooking the city he loved, he felt the weight of history pressing down upon him, an invisible force pulling him toward a destiny yet unwritten. The heart of a king beats not for glory alone but for the love of his people, for the dreams of a better tomorrow. Solomon could feel the tensions rising, the challenges waiting just beyond the horizon. And yet, amid the uncertainty, there was a flicker of hope, a reminder that in every trial lies the potential for redemption. And so, with unwavering resolve, he began crafting the path forward, unaware of the trials and tribulations that awaited him, the choices that would shape not only his legacy but the fate of a nation. A new chapter was on the brink of unfolding, one filled with promise and peril, echoing the timeless tale of love, ambition, and the pursuit of wisdom. The sun set on that hill, but a new dawn was destined to rise, illuminating the choices yet to come. Proverbs whisper truths that have echoed through history, each one a gem of wisdom crafted by the hands of time. As the sun sets over ancient hills, casting long shadows of wisdom from long-forgotten lives, the air thickens with the weight of countless sayings, each waiting to be heard. With a soft rustle, the leaves seem to murmur their own stories, tales of love, loss, success, and failure, woven into the very fabric of humanity. These sayings were not mere words. They were the lifeblood of societies, a way to share experiences and morals from generation to generation. Imagine a warm, flickering fire where elders gathered, their faces aglow, voices rich with age and experience, each proverb delivered with care, meant to impart lessons that could shape a young person's life. The structure of Proverbs, simple yet profound, reveals how these ancient voices spoke across the ages, their styles and forms leaving an indelible mark on human culture. Take a moment to feel the rhythm of parallelism, a heartbeat that drives the essence of Proverbs. The beauty of balance, where words dance together, creating a melody that resonates deep within the soul. A stitch in time saves nine. Such a phrase rolls off the tongue, its cadence echoing in the hearts of those who hear it. The beauty lies in its simplicity, in the way it captures a truth that transcends time. Like a well-crafted song, Proverbs often rely on this rhythmic pairing, where two related phrases hold hands and guide the listener toward understanding. The art of contrast, a dramatic flair, also finds its home in Proverbs. Better a little with righteousness than much gain with injustice. This stark juxtaposition pulls at the heartstrings, forcing one to choose between the light and dark paths of life. It's a tug-of-war between virtue and vice, a challenge to reflect on personal choices. The structure of these sayings serves as a mirror, reflecting the moral dilemmas that often plague the human spirit. One can almost hear the echoes of voices from centuries past, imploring the audience to take heed, to choose wisely. In different cultures, the stylistic fingerprints of Proverbs vary widely, yet they remain unified in their purpose: to teach, to guide, to provoke thought. In the vast deserts of North Africa, pithy sayings encapsulate the wisdom passed down through generations. He who learns, teaches. Here, the simplicity unfolds layers of meaning, suggesting a cycle of knowledge, a duty to share what one has gained. The structure employs brevity, packing a punch that leaves one pondering long after the words have faded into silence. It's a thrilling moment in history, where the collective wisdom of a people finds its voice. In contrast, the lush jungles of the Amazon echo with proverbs that paint vivid images of nature and survival. The bird that sings is the bird that eats. With vibrant imagery, this saying captures the essence of life and survival, urging listeners to be proactive, to seize opportunities. The structure here intertwines metaphor and rhythm, creating a rich tapestry that evokes emotion, urging the listener to take action. One can almost feel the rustling of leaves and the beat of drums, the pulse of a civilization that thrives on its connection to the earth. The use of metaphor in Proverbs adds an element of depth that can send shivers down the spine. Life is a journey, not a destination. This phrase resonates with a universal truth, enveloping the listener in a warm embrace of understanding. It suggests a perspective shift, inviting reflection on personal experiences, moments of joy and sorrow, and the lessons learned along the way. The structure of metaphorical proverbs weaves a complex web of imagery that draws individuals in, allowing them to see their own stories mirrored back at them. Among these forms, the storytelling nature of Proverbs captivates and enthralls. Each proverb is a tiny tale, brimming with characters and plots, often with a twist that leaves one pondering. The Tortoise and the Hare, an age-old fable, illustrates the virtue of steadiness over speed, leaving audiences with a sense of triumph that resonates through time. Such proverbs often come alive with vibrant characters and scenarios, beckoning listeners to engage in their narratives, to feel the tension of the race, to cheer for the underdog. The structure invites movement, urging listeners to lean closer, to hang on every word as the moral unfolds. The emotional weight of Proverbs can be staggering, a punch to the gut that resonates with personal experiences. What doesn't kill you makes you stronger. The harsh truth wrapped in those words speaks to the human condition, offering solace and strength to those who have suffered. The structure holds a raw honesty that reverberates through the ages, striking a chord of resilience. It's a call to rise, to embrace the trials of life, to understand that pain and growth often walk hand in hand. In the midst of this complexity, the style and structure of Proverbs remain accessible, bridging the gap between the past and present. They capture the essence of human experience through simple yet profound language, connecting generations in a shared understanding of life's challenges and joys. Each saying a thread, woven skillfully into the larger narrative of humanity, creating a tapestry of wisdom that continues to unravel, even today. As the stories weave together, one can almost feel the anticipation in the air, the collective wisdom of countless voices urging the next generation to listen closely, to cherish these sayings that have survived the relentless march of time. The threads of Proverbs hang, waiting for new ears to hear them, new hearts to carry them forward. The cycle of learning and teaching spins on, each proverb a spark igniting the flame of curiosity and introspection. And with that spark, the next chapter awaits, ready to reveal more about the timeless truths that have shaped our understanding of the world. In a quiet library, where dust motes danced in beams of sunlight, an old man turned the yellowed pages of a forgotten book. Each rustle echoed like whispers of long-lost voices, stories waiting to be told. In that moment, he was not just an observer of history, but a vessel for the wisdom held within those pages. He paused, his fingers tracing a passage about Socrates, a man who walked the streets of Athens, challenging the status quo with questions that pierced the very fabric of ignorance. His relentless pursuit of knowledge ignited a fire, one that still flickers through the ages. Knowledge, that ancient treasure, has always been pursued with fervor. The Greeks believed it to be the highest virtue. In the bustling agora, philosophers debated passionately, their voices rising and falling like the waves of the nearby sea. Each argument was a thread in the rich tapestry of understanding, weaving together thoughts that would echo for centuries. Knowledge was not merely about facts. It was about the connections made between them, the relationships that could shape a life, a society, a civilization. As the sun dipped below the horizon, casting long shadows, the scene shifted to medieval Europe. Imagine monks, cloaked in simple brown habits, hunched over manuscripts in candlelit scriptoriums. With each stroke of the quill, they preserved ancient texts, their painstaking labor a testament to the value of understanding. They were the guardians of knowledge, and their humility spoke volumes. They understood that true wisdom lay not in the breadth of what one knew, but in how deeply one grasped it. Their commitment to learning was palpable, a quiet rage against the darkness of ignorance that threatened to engulf their world. But understanding is not merely a gathering of facts. It is the ability to see the world through different lenses, to walk in another's shoes. The philosophical debates of the Enlightenment era sparked a revolution in thought. Philosophers like Rousseau and Voltaire lit the flames of critical thinking, urging society to question authority and tradition. Their ideas, both dangerous and liberating, challenged the very core of human existence. In those smoky salons, where the air was thick with excitement, understanding became a weapon against oppression. The tension was electric, infused with the energy of change. The world was on the brink, and knowledge was the spark waiting to ignite it. In the streets of Paris, the cries of the revolutionaries echoed like a heartbeat. Men and women, fueled by newfound understanding, rose against tyranny. They believed that knowledge could reshape their destinies and free them from chains that had bound their ancestors for generations. Those moments were charged with emotion, a blend of fear and hope, as they grasped the power of insight, the ability to see beyond the surface. It wasn't just about knowing facts. It was about understanding the implications of those facts on human lives. As the narrative of history unfolds, the focus sharpens on the thinkers of the East, the wise sages of ancient China. Confucius, with his teachings about morality and ethics, offered profound insights into the human condition. His words resonated through the ages, emphasizing the importance of understanding over mere knowledge. Real knowledge is to know the extent of one's ignorance, he said, and this truth shook foundations. In the serene gardens where he taught, the air was filled with the scent of blooming cherry blossoms, a symbol of transience and beauty. The students, wide-eyed and eager, soaked in his every word, knowing they stood at the crossroads of wisdom. In those quiet moments, where stillness reigned, the essence of insight would emerge. The realization that wisdom is not just a destination but a lifelong journey began to take shape. It was not about how much one could memorize. It was about the understanding that could unfold with each experience. The interplay of life and learning created a rhythm, much like the gentle rustle of leaves on a spring day, a reminder that nature itself held secrets waiting to be unveiled. Tension surged again as the Enlightenment thinkers collided with the stark realities of their time. The American Revolution was brewing, and knowledge became the battle cry for freedom. Thomas Jefferson's words, "All men are created equal," ignited passion and purpose. The people, armed with understanding, marched forward believing that insight could change the fabric of society. In the heat of the moment, clarity emerged amidst confusion. Each battle fought was a step closer to a truth that had always existed, waiting for brave souls to claim it. Fast forward to the 21st century, where the digital age began to reshape the landscape of knowledge. Information became available at the touch of a button, yet the challenge remained: how to discern wisdom from the noise. The world was flooded with data, but understanding felt more elusive than ever. The excitement of discovery was mingled with fear. Could society distinguish between fleeting opinions and profound truths? The young, faces illuminated by screens, craved insight, yearning for connections in a world that often felt disconnected. In a small cafe, a group of students gathered, their discussions animated and heartfelt. They debated the moral implications of technology, the weight of climate change, and the power of empathy. Knowledge flowed like coffee from the barista's pot, rich and dark, and in that shared space, understanding blossomed. They recognized that wisdom was not about having all the answers. It was about asking the right questions, engaging in conversations that challenged their perspectives. With each word spoken, the atmosphere crackled with anticipation. The boundaries between knowledge, understanding, and insight began to blur, creating a vibrant tapestry of human thought. The students, with their hearts beating in unison, felt the urgency of the moment. They were not just passive consumers of information. They were active participants in the quest for truth. A sense of responsibility settled upon them, knowing that wisdom was not just a privilege to be enjoyed but a duty to be shared. And just as the old man in the library had felt the weight of history resting on his shoulders, these young minds sensed the legacy of those who had come before them. The echoes of Socrates, Confucius, and Jefferson called to them, urging them to continue the pursuit of knowledge, understanding, and ultimately insight. The fire that had flickered through the ages blazed brightly in their hearts, a beacon guiding them through the shadows of ignorance. The scene shifted again, and the stakes grew higher. The unyielding march of time connected them all, generation to generation, weaving stories of resilience and courage. As uncertainty loomed like a storm cloud on the horizon, the realization dawned. Wisdom was the compass they needed to navigate the tumultuous seas ahead. It was the thread binding the past to the present, guiding them through the labyrinth of existence, forging pathways toward a brighter future. In a dimly lit room, filled with the whispers of ancient scrolls, a young man named Eli sat, his fingers trembling as they brushed against the fragile parchment. The weight of his ancestors' wisdom rested upon him like a mantle. He had heard tales of the fear of the Lord, a concept that danced just out of reach, shimmering like a mirage in the desert of his understanding. His heart raced, caught between a deep yearning for knowledge and the haunting dread of what that knowledge might demand of him. All around him, he felt the pulsating presence of the teachings from Proverbs, a collection of sayings that had echoed through the ages, shaping lives and destinies. The fear of the Lord is the beginning of wisdom. The words rang in his ears, as if the very spirits of his forefathers were urging him to grasp the profound essence of those syllables. But what did it truly mean to fear the Lord? Was it a trembling dread, or something more sacred, a reverent awe that could change the course of a life? Eli's mind wandered through the annals of history, where kings and commoners alike had grappled with this fundamental truth. Solomon, a man renowned for his wisdom, had penned these proverbs not merely as a guide, but as a lifeline to those lost in the chaos of existence. In his court, the weight of power had been matched only by the depth of his understanding. The fear of the Lord was his compass, guiding him through the treacherous waters of leadership. With every decision, he felt that thunderous presence, an echo of divine authority that both humbled and inspired. On one fateful day, a troubled queen from a distant land sought Solomon's counsel. She entered his throne room, her heart heavy with the burdens of her own kingdom. As she approached, the air thickened with tension. It was as though the very atmosphere recognized the gravity of her request. She spoke of her people's plight, and Solomon listened intently, every word etched into his memory. It was in that moment, amidst the flickering candlelight and the silent witnesses of history, that she felt it, the fear of the Lord, a palpable force in the room. As he offered her guidance, Solomon invoked the wisdom that stemmed from his deep reverence. He spoke of choices, consequences, and the moral fabric that wove together the tapestry of life. This was no mere conversation. It was a sacred exchange, an embodiment of the fear of the Lord that illuminated the path for both of them. Eli envisioned the queen leaving the court, transformed, her spirit uplifted by the realization that the fear of the Lord was not a burden but a guide, illuminating the darkness of uncertainty. But fear, true fear, was not always gentle. It could roar like a tempest, shaking the foundations of one's existence. Eli recalled the tales of those who had ignored this divine counsel. The story of a proud king who relied solely on his own strength came to mind. He had turned away from the fear of the Lord, convinced of his own invincibility. His kingdom, once a beacon of hope, spiraled into chaos. The laughter of his subjects turned to cries of despair, and soon the walls of his palace echoed with the hollow sound of his own regret. In the end, it was fear, the fear of losing everything, that drove him to seek redemption, but by then it was too late. Such stories filled Eli's mind like a whirlwind, each one a testament to the power of the fear of the Lord. He could feel the intensity rising within him, a pulsing awareness that every action carried weight, every choice rippled through time. The sacred texts held a mirror to his soul, reflecting both the beauty and the horror of human existence. With the fear of the Lord came a weighty responsibility, a call to live a life of integrity, to embrace humility before the Creator. Eli's heart raced as he considered how this fear manifested in everyday life. The farmer waking at dawn, his hands stained with the earth, whispered prayers before tilling the soil. A mother, cradling her child, imparted wisdom wrapped in love, teaching her little one to respect the world around them. These were not isolated moments. They were threads in the grand tapestry of humanity, each one infused with the fear of the Lord, binding them together in a shared purpose. The candle flickered as Eli's thoughts raced. Each story he pondered seemed to echo the truth that the fear of the Lord was not about being afraid. It was about being in awe. It was about recognizing the vastness of creation and one's own smallness within it. The mountains that towered over him, the rivers that carved through the land, they all whispered of a power greater than himself. In a vision, he found himself standing at the edge of a great chasm, a canyon stretching endlessly before him. He could see the reflection of the sun on the waters below, golden and inviting. But just as he took a step forward, he felt a force, a deep, reverent fear that urged him to pause. It was a reminder of his place in the universe, a whisper reminding him that wisdom lay not just in knowledge, but in humility. This was the fear of the Lord, a dynamic force that stirred the soul, beckoning him to draw closer to understanding while remaining aware of the boundaries that must not be crossed. As he came back to the present, Eli felt a swell of emotion, a desire to embody this fear, to allow it to guide him through the complexities of life. It was not just about him anymore. It was about the legacy he would leave behind, the impact he could have on those who would follow in his footsteps. He could almost hear the soft encouragement of the Proverbs urging him to embrace the journey, to seek wisdom with a heart that both feared and revered. And just as the shadows began to stretch across the walls, Eli's heart thudded with an undeniable truth. The fear of the Lord was not merely a concept. It was a living, breathing reality that wrapped around him like an embrace. It held the promise of wisdom, of understanding, and of a path illuminated by divine light. The stories of the past, like threads of a spider's web, connected him to his ancestors, their triumphs and their failures, their wisdom and their folly. With that realization, Eli knew the journey was only beginning. The pages of his own life were still unwritten, waiting for him to pen his own proverbs, to weave his own tales of fear and faith, loss and redemption. The air crackled with anticipation, a palpable energy that kept him on the edge of his seat, burning with the promise of what lay ahead. In that moment, he understood that the fear of the Lord was not just a concept to be understood but a truth to be lived, a powerful catalyst that would propel him into the unknown, inviting him to explore the depths of wisdom and the heights of understanding, where every choice would reverberate through eternity. In a world where shadows danced alongside the flickering flames of torches, two figures emerged from the whispers of time. Lady Wisdom, clothed in a gown of shimmering gold, and Folly, draped in a tattered cloak of vibrant colors that swirled like a tempest. The air crackled with tension as they stood on opposite ends of a moonlit clearing. Their presence felt like the heavy weight of a thunderstorm about to break. Lady Wisdom, her piercing gaze deep as the ocean's depths, radiated an aura that drew those seeking truth. In her hand, she held a scroll, ancient and worn, yet glowing with an unearthly light. It contained the knowledge of ages, the wisdom of Solomon, the insights of Socrates, the teachings passed down through generations. Every word was a treasure, every piece of advice a lantern guiding lost souls through the darkness of ignorance. Across from her, Folly twirled, her laughter a sweet yet dangerous melody that echoed through the trees. With a mischievous glint in her eye, she beckoned the curious and the reckless. Why seek the burdens of knowledge when you can revel in the pleasures of the moment? Her voice was like honey, tempting and sticky, promising an escape from the weighty truths that Lady Wisdom offered. Folly's allure was intoxicating. She whispered of joy in fleeting moments, of dancing in the rain rather than worrying about the storm. The battle between the two was not merely a confrontation of ideals. It was a clash of destinies. The air shimmered with anticipation as Lady Wisdom stepped forward. "I offer you the clarity of mind that cuts through chaos," she declared, her voice steady and unwavering. "In the shadow of folly, countless lives are lost, dreams shattered, and potential wasted. Choose wisely, and you shall uncover the profound truths that lie beyond the surface." But Folly was relentless. With a flair for the dramatic, she swirled around Lady Wisdom, casting a spell of enchantment. Why bind yourself to rules and reason when the world is a canvas waiting to be painted with wild colors? Experience is the best teacher, and I am its muse. Come, taste the fruits of life without the chains of caution. As townspeople gathered, drawn by the commotion, whispers of their fates hung in the air. Will you follow wisdom, who offers the promise of enlightenment but binds you with responsibilities? Or will you dance with folly, who offers liberation but leads you down paths of regret? Each person felt the weight of their choice pressing down like a stone in their heart. In the midst of their struggle, a young woman named Alara stood at the edge of the crowd. Torn between the two, she felt the pull of each side. Lady Wisdom beckoned her with promises of a bright future, of knowledge that would empower her to change her world. Folly, on the other hand, whispered of adventure and thrills, of moments that would make her heart race and her spirit soar. Alara closed her eyes, envisioning the tales of her ancestors, the great thinkers, the poets, the leaders who had shaped history. She thought of the lessons learned through trials, of how wisdom had carved civilizations and inspired revolutions. Yet, she also recalled the laughter of her friends, the carefree nights spent dancing under the stars, the fleeting yet precious moments of joy that folly offered. The tension crackled, and Lady Wisdom's voice cut through the murmur of the crowd. Alara, knowledge is not a burden, but a gift. It is the foundation upon which you can build your dreams. The world needs those who seek to understand, who dare to ask the difficult questions. But just as those words hung in the air, folly seized the moment. And yet, dear Alara, how many dreams have been buried under the weight of expectation? How many souls have been lost in the pursuit of perfection, while life danced just outside their reach? Folly's words were like a rush of wind, thrilling yet unsettling. The crowd shifted, caught in the spell of her temptation. The moonlight began to fade, casting elongated shadows on the ground, as if the very universe awaited Alara's decision. Would she choose the path of wisdom, where each step was measured and deliberate, or would she abandon caution and leap into the unknown, embracing the chaos that folly promised? Time seemed to stretch in that moment, holding its breath. The crowd's anticipation hung heavy, their fates intertwined with Alara's choice. She felt the weight of history upon her shoulders, the hopes of those who had come before her and the dreams of those who would follow. Would she stand firm like the great philosophers or dance like the poets who had celebrated life's fleeting beauty? Suddenly, the air shifted. The figures of Lady Wisdom and Folly flickered, as if caught in an eternal twilight. They were more than mere concepts. They were the embodiment of human experience, the constant struggle between knowledge and pleasure, between restraint and freedom. The choices laid before Alara were not just hers alone, but a reflection of humanity's deepest desires and fears. The crowd held its breath, each heart pounding in rhythm, as if waiting for the first drop of rain in a long, parched summer. The world seemed to teeter on the brink of a revelation, suspense weaving through the air like a sweet, intoxicating perfume. Alara turned her gaze back and forth between the two. A decision loomed, yet the moment felt infinite, as the very essence of wisdom and folly danced before her, twinkling like stars in a vast night sky, each one a story waiting to unfold. And as the moon rose higher, illuminating the clearing, the tension reached its peak, poised to spill over into the unknown, where the choice would cascade into a series of events that would alter the fabric of their lives forever. In the quiet hours just before dawn, the world held its breath, shrouded in a delicate mist that whispered secrets only the wise could hear. This was a time when the old streets of ancient Jerusalem still lay under the spell of night, yet shadows danced with the promise of a new day. The sun had not yet risen, yet the call of wisdom rang louder than any morning bell, echoing through the narrow alleys and bustling markets. It beckoned, a gentle yet insistent whisper that stirred the very air, causing hearts to race and minds to awaken. Within the walls of a modest home, a father sat with his young son, the flickering oil lamp casting soft shadows on their faces. The boy's eyes were wide, innocent, yet already filled with the weight of the world around him. He listened intently, absorbing every word as his father's voice trembled with a mixture of urgency and tenderness. "My son," he began, "listen to my words. Seek wisdom as you would seek treasure, for it is the key to life itself." As the father spoke, the room felt charged with an electric energy, each sentence a lifeline tossed into a sea of confusion. The boy could feel the gravity of his father's wisdom pressing against his chest, urging him to grasp it with both hands. He sensed the history woven into each proverb, tales passed down from generation to generation, carrying the weight of countless lives. There was something sacred in this moment, a connection that bridged the past and the future, a reminder that wisdom was not just knowledge, but a way of seeing the world. With every proverb shared, the father painted vivid pictures of life's choices, paths leading to glory or despair, joy or sorrow. "Wisdom is like a lighthouse," he said, "guiding sailors through treacherous waters." The boy envisioned the distant shore, waves crashing against jagged rocks, a ship struggling against the storm. He could almost hear the cries of the sailors, desperate for guidance. In that moment, he understood that wisdom wasn't merely about acquiring knowledge, but about navigating the treacherous seas of life with a steady hand. As the sun began to rise, casting golden rays into the room, the father spoke of the dangers that lurked in the shadows. "There are voices out there," he warned, "calling you to folly, promising thrills but delivering ruin. They are seductive, like honey on the tongue, but their sweetness is a trap." The boy's heart raced, a shiver running down his spine. He imagined himself standing at a crossroads, faced with tempting choices, each path shrouded in fog. The thought of choosing wrongly filled him with dread. Yet, amidst the warnings, the father's voice softened, embracing the boy with warmth. "But wisdom is a friend," he said, "always there to guide you back when you stray. It whispers in your ear, reminding you of who you are and who you can become." The boy closed his eyes, feeling the comfort of that promise wrap around him like a warm blanket. He envisioned wisdom as a wise elder, a companion who would walk beside him, instilling courage when fear threatened to take hold. Outside, the marketplace buzzed to life, merchants calling out their wares, children laughing, and the scent of fresh bread wafting through the air. But even amidst the chaos, the boy felt a stillness within, a growing determination to pursue wisdom with all his heart. He imagined himself in the marketplace, standing tall, making choices that would honor his father's teachings and reflect the values they held dear. The thought ignited a fire in him, a desire to learn, to grow, to embrace life fully. As the father spoke of the virtues of wisdom, patience, humility, and understanding, the boy felt the weight of each word settle deep within him, like seeds being planted in fertile soil. "Embrace knowledge, my son," he implored, "for it is the foundation of a life well lived. Seek out teachers, listen to their lessons, and let their stories guide you." The boy nodded, a spark of resolve igniting in his heart. He wanted to be a beacon of light, a voice of reason in a world that often seemed lost. Time seemed to blur as the father continued, weaving tales of ancient kings and wise sages, their triumphs and failures echoing through the ages. The boy pictured Solomon, the great king whose wisdom was sought by nations, and felt a kinship with him. He, too, longed for that kind of insight, to one day sit among the learned and share in the wisdom that had been gifted to him. His imagination soared, picturing himself in debates of philosophy, unraveling life's mysteries, and inspiring others with the lessons he had learned. Yet, the shadows of doubt crept in, whispering fears that threatened to stifle his dreams. What if he failed? What if he faltered in his pursuit? The boy's heart raced, and he felt the cold fingers of uncertainty wrapping around him. But just as despair threatened to take hold, his father's voice broke through, firm yet gentle. "Remember, my son, wisdom is not an endpoint. It is a journey, a lifelong pursuit. There will be moments of misstep, of confusion, but they are merely stepping stones leading you closer to understanding." As the sun climbed higher in the sky, casting vibrant hues across the horizon, the father's words hung in the air, resonating with a profound truth. The boy could feel the weight of legacy on his shoulders, an expectation to carry forward the teachings of his ancestors, to be a vessel of wisdom in a world that often turned its back on such gifts. His heart swelled with determination, a sense of purpose igniting within him. He would listen, he would learn, and above all, he would seek wisdom as fiercely as a knight seeks a noble quest. With the morning well underway, the father and son stepped out into the bustling streets, the world alive with possibilities. The boy felt the pulse of life all around him, each voice a note in a grand symphony of existence. He was ready to embrace the challenges ahead, the choices that would shape his destiny. One could almost hear the echoes of generations past, whispers of the wise who had walked the same path, each leaving behind footprints for the next to follow. In that vibrant moment, the call to wisdom surged like a tidal wave, washing over him, filling him with a sense of belonging and purpose. Every choice he would make, every lesson learned, would intertwine with the legacy of those before him. He walked forward, heart pounding, stepping into a world brimming with questions and revelations, where the pursuit of wisdom would be both his journey and his home. The sun shone brightly overhead, illuminating the path before him, as the promise of a new adventure beckoned him onward. In the flickering light of a humble dwelling, a wise old man with a silver beard sat hunched over, his fingers stained with ink from the scrolls that lay scattered around him. Solomon, son of David, was not just a king. He was the very embodiment of wisdom. The air was thick with unspoken truths and the weight of generations, as he began to pen the sayings that would resonate through time, echoing in the hearts of people across ages. Each word he wrote was like a heartbeat, alive, pulsing, filled with raw emotion and profound insight. It was in these moments of solitude that Solomon tapped into the essence of life, a wellspring of knowledge that surged forth like a river after a storm. Proverbs 10-22 revealed a kaleidoscope of human experience, capturing the essence of joy, sorrow, triumph, and tribulation. These were not mere sayings. They were lifelines thrown to those adrift in the tumultuous sea of existence. His voice, though softly inscribed, carried the weight of 1,000 lifetimes, each proverb a whisper that could steer a soul toward light or plunge it into darkness. The significance of these proverbs lay not only in their straightforward wisdom, but in their ability to cut through the chaos of everyday life. A simple phrase, "The tongue of the wise promotes health," could heal a fractured relationship or mend a wounded spirit. Solomon knew this. He had walked the earth, seen the struggles of his people, and understood the delicate dance between truth and kindness. His words were a balm for the weary, a call to introspection for the arrogant, and a beacon for those lost in shadows. In the bustling streets of Jerusalem, the echoes of Solomon's teachings resonated in the laughter of children and the sighs of laborers. A mother, weary from the day's toil, would hum a melody inspired by his words, "Train up a child in the way he should go." This was not just advice. It was a promise of hope, a reminder that each child held within them a spark of potential waiting to ignite. The streets thrummed with life, every corner pulsating with the rhythm of Solomon's wisdom, threading through the fabric of society like golden threads in a tapestry. At the same time, the Proverbs painted a stark reality. Solomon spoke of the fool and the wise man, contrasting their paths in a way that sent shivers down the spine. In the multitude of words, sin is not lacking, he wrote, as the busy market square quieted, captivated by the truth that resonated in their hearts. It was a moment of revelation, as people paused, reflecting on their own lives, their own choices, and the weight of their words. The air thickened with the realization that every utterance carried consequences. Every jest had the power to build or destroy. Yet it was not all solemnity. Solomon infused his proverbs with a sense of humor, a playful twist that made the wisdom even more accessible. As vinegar to the teeth and smoke to the eyes, so is the lazy man to those who send him. Laughter erupted in the gathering crowd, a shared understanding that lightened their spirits. Solomon knew how to engage the heart and mind, using humor to break down barriers and invite his listeners into a deeper reflection on their lives. Through his wise sayings, Solomon also touched on the universal themes of love and relationships. Better to dwell in the corner of a housetop than in a house shared with a contentious woman. The crowd shifted, nodding in agreement, recalling their own experiences. There was an undeniable truth in his words that seeped into the very bones of the people. Relationships could uplift or drain, and Solomon's wisdom served as a reminder to cherish peace and harmony. The Proverbs also addressed the stark realities of wealth and poverty, a theme that echoed through the ages. He wrote, "The blessing of the Lord makes one rich, and he adds no sorrow with it." Those gathered felt the weight of financial struggles. They recognized the truth that wealth without integrity was a hollow victory. Solomon's words were a compass, guiding them to seek not just riches, but fulfillment, urging them to build a legacy of goodwill rather than mere coins. There was a palpable shift in the atmosphere as Solomon continued to weave his thoughts into verses that captured the human experience. Each saying acted like a string, pulling the hearts of his listeners closer together, stitching their lives into a shared narrative that transcended time. A merry heart does good like medicine. Laughter rang out, and in that moment, worries melted away, if only temporarily, replaced by the glue of community and shared joy. The intensity of the Proverbs deepened as Solomon tackled the weighty matters of justice and righteousness. He who justifies the wicked, and he who condemns the just, both alike are an abomination to the Lord. The air stiffened, while the crowd shifted uneasily. Solomon's words were like a drumbeat, urgent and insistent, reminding them of their moral compass, challenging them to stand firm in their convictions. In a world rife with injustice, he was a voice calling for fairness, beckoning them to rise against wrongs and embrace the path of righteousness. With every verse, Solomon wove a rich tapestry, filled with emotions that ebbed and flowed like the tides. There were moments of laughter, sharp pangs of realization, and the soft, gentle nudges of hope. His words were a mirror reflecting the myriad complexities of human nature, illuminating the strengths and weaknesses that lay within every heart. As the sun dipped below the horizon, casting a warm golden glow over Jerusalem, the echoes of Solomon's proverbs lingered in the air, a haunting melody of wisdom that danced on the lips of the people. They were left pondering, moved, and transformed, as if they had caught a glimpse of eternity in the fleeting moments of their lives. Solomon's scrolls would endure, whispering through the ages, ready to touch the hearts of the generations yet to come. The night enveloped the city, but the light of his sayings shone brightly, a testament to the enduring power of wisdom and the unbreakable connection between the past and the present. And so, the cycle continued, the wisdom of Solomon echoing through the corridors of time, waiting to be rediscovered, never truly ending. In a world awash with chaos, there exists a simple truth. The wise words of ages past still echo with clarity, wrapping around the heart like a warm embrace on a cold winter's night. The sun dipped low over the ancient city, casting long shadows across the cobblestone streets, where whispers of wisdom floated through the air like the sweet scent of blooming jasmine. It was a time when knowledge was treasured, passed down through generations, and captured in the pithy sayings that thrived among the people. The wise men gathered, their faces etched with the stories of their lives, each wrinkle a testament to lessons learned through triumph and failure. They spoke not in grandiose speeches, but in brief, poignant phrases that cut straight to the core of human experience. Incline your ear and hear the words of the wise, they urged, as villagers leaned in, eager to absorb every syllable. Each saying, a gem polished through time, held the weight of centuries, igniting a spark in the hearts of those who listened. From the marketplace to the quiet corners of homes, these maxims found their way into everyday conversations. A father gathered his children at dusk, the flickering flame of the oil lamp dancing in their eyes. A good name is to be chosen rather than great riches, he told them, his voice steady and warm. The children sat wide-eyed, absorbing this truth that would guide them through life's trials. The importance of honor and reputation was not just a lesson. It was a lifeline in times of peril. With each sage saying, the air thickened with understanding. As a man thinks in his heart, so is he. The villagers felt this truth resonate deeply within them. They nodded, recalling moments when their thoughts shaped their destinies in ways they could hardly fathom. This was not merely wisdom, it was a call to action, urging them to be mindful of their inner dialogue. The streets echoed with the laughter of children, but beneath that joy lay the unspoken fears, aspirations, and dreams of the entire community. In a dimly lit alcove, an elderly woman sat, her hands worn but steady as she folded fresh linen. Her grandson, wide-eyed with curiosity, listened intently as she recounted tales of hardship and resilience. The prudent sees danger and hides himself, but the simple go on and suffer for it. Her words dripped with the weight of experience, a cautionary reminder that life was not without its perils. The boy felt a chill run down his spine, the stories of old wrapping around him like a shroud, mixing fear with the thrill of understanding. At the edge of town, a gathering of young men debated under the stars, their faces illuminated by the flickering firelight. Iron sharpens iron, and one man sharpens another, one declared passionately, thrusting his fist into the air. The camaraderie crackled with energy as they grasped the importance of friendship and mentorship. They recognized that true strength lay in uplifting one another, not just in the pursuit of personal glory. Laughter mixed with challenges, a promise of loyalty that would be tested in the days to come. Every saying hung in the air, pregnant with possibility. The sluggard does not plow in the autumn. He will seek at harvest and have nothing. As this warning passed from one voice to another, a shiver coursed through the crowd. The hopeful dreams of prosperity came with responsibilities and hard work. The weight of this truth pressed down on shoulders both young and old. Eyes darted nervously as they contemplated their own lives, the paths they had chosen, the hours wasted. With shadows creeping closer, the wise men spoke of wealth, not merely as gold and silver, but as a state of the soul. Better is a little with the fear of the Lord than great treasure and trouble with it. The crowd fell silent, grappling with the profound impact of this statement. There was a collective breath, an acknowledgement that material riches paled in comparison to spiritual wealth. The tiny flickers of hope within their hearts fanned into a flame, igniting a yearning for something greater. As the night deepened, the wise sayings flowed like the nearby river, each one a ripple of insight that stirred emotions long buried. The heart of the wise makes his speech judicious and adds persuasiveness to his lips. The words danced in the air, weaving a tapestry of wisdom that connected everyone present. They felt the urge to share these truths, to become vessels of knowledge for those who might wander lost in life's turbulent waters. Yet, amidst the warmth and understanding, there was an undercurrent of tension. The wise saw the growing divide between the rich and the poor, the educated and the unlearned. Do not rob the poor because he is poor, or crush the afflicted at the gate, a wise voice urged, sending ripples of unease through the gathering. The weight of injustice pressed heavily on their hearts. It was a call to arms, a reminder that true wisdom demanded compassion and action. The night wore on, and the wise men's voices grew fainter as they spoke of the futility of anger, the folly of pride, and the peril of deceit. A man of wrath stirs up strife, they warned, eyes glistening with the pain of past divisions. The audience felt a sudden chill, as if the very essence of their humanity was being tested. They knew the road ahead might require courage, not just to embrace wisdom, but to live it in a world that often preferred ignorance. As the last embers of the fire began to fade, the atmosphere thickened with anticipation. The wise men's words hung in the air, a cloak of wisdom that wrapped around the listeners, binding them together in a shared journey toward understanding. Each saying, each lesson, left them yearning for more, the echoes of their wisdom lingering like a haunting melody. The night may have ended, but the lessons would resonate through the corridors of time, waiting for those brave enough to heed their call. And as the first light of dawn approached, it stirred a sense of hope, a promise that the wise sayings would live on, guiding generations yet unborn through the labyrinth of life. In a dimly lit chamber, filled with the scent of ancient oils and the faint flicker of candlelight, a scribe hunched over a clay tablet, his fingers stained with ink and earth, etching words that would echo through centuries. Outside, the world thrummed with life, from the bustling markets of Uruk to the serene banks of the Tigris. But within those walls, time seemed to pause, as wisdom flowed like a river, carving pathways through the hearts and minds of those who would read it. The ancient Near East, a cradle of civilization, held treasures more precious than gold. Here, wisdom literature blossomed, emerging from the minds of scholars, priests, and everyday people who dared to question the nature of existence. It was a place where the weight of knowledge could be felt in every word, where proverbs and poems danced together, weaving lessons of morality, justice, and the human condition. As the scribe's stylus moved, he captured the essence of life's struggles and joys. The words became vibrant tales, each one a thread in the rich tapestry of human experience. The Epic of Gilgamesh, for instance, told of a king grappling with mortality, a theme that resonates deeply even today. His quest for immortality led him on a journey filled with friendship, loss, and the haunting realization that no one escapes death. Who hasn't felt the sting of loss or the desire to leave a mark on the world? Gilgamesh's story transcends time, reaching into the soul of every reader, drawing forth tears and laughter alike. Then came the wisdom of the instructions of Shuruppak, a father's heartfelt advice to his son, a timeless reminder of the delicate balance between ambition and humility. The lessons shared were not merely words. They were lifelines, connecting generations. Do not act hastily. Do not speak before you think, the father advised, echoing the sentiment that patience and reflection are virtues to be cherished. In a world fraught with chaos, these words rang clear, reminding listeners of the power and responsibility that comes with knowledge. As the scribe continued, the floodgates of emotion opened wider. The Book of Proverbs, with its vivid imagery, offered a treasure trove of insights. A soft answer turns away wrath, it proclaimed, a simple yet profound statement urging compassion in moments of anger. The wisdom literature served as both a mirror and a guide. It reflected the struggles of its time while pointing toward a hopeful future. Each proverb was a small beacon of light, illuminating the dark corners of human nature, calling forth empathy and understanding. In the bustling streets, people whispered these proverbs to one another, passing them along like sacred secrets. A merchant, weary from a long day, smiled knowingly as he shared, "Better is a dry morsel with quiet than a house full of feasting with strife." It resonated with every listener, each word wrapped around their hearts like a warm embrace, reminding them that peace was more valuable than riches. The tension in the air grew thicker as the scribe's stories revealed the darker aspects of humanity. 2. The dialogue of pessimism painted a stark picture of despair and hopelessness, challenging the reader to confront their own fears of futility. "Life is but a shadow," it lamented, exploring the depths of sorrow that lay in the human experience. It was a powerful reminder that wisdom doesn't shy away from pain. Rather, it embraces it, offering solace in the shared struggle of existence. Those who dared to confront these words felt a chill, a shiver of recognition, as they grappled with their own uncertainties. Alongside these somber reflections, the literature also celebrated joy and triumph. The songs of the harp sang of love and beauty, reminding listeners to revel in the small pleasures of life. "Gather ye rosebuds while ye may," it seemed to say, urging everyone to cherish fleeting moments, to hold hands under the stars, to laugh until their bellies ached. The melodies carried through the streets, wrapping around each soul, leaving a lingering warmth that made them yearn for connection. As the sun dipped below the horizon, casting a golden hue over the ancient landscapes, the stories began to intertwine. A tapestry of thought emerged, with threads of philosophy woven into the fabric of daily life. These tales didn't just belong to the past. They surged forward, influencing the very essence of humanity's journey through time. The whispers of these ancient scribes permeated into the lives of those who followed biblical scriptures, Hellenistic philosophies, and even modern literature, all bore the fingerprints of this early wisdom. The echoes of their insights could be heard in the teachings of the great sages, resonating through the ages, shaping the moral compass of civilizations. The wisdom literature of the ancient Near East taught generations the importance of justice, the value of kindness, and the need for balance. In every corner, from dusty scrolls in temples to the vibrant discussions in marketplaces, the urge to seek knowledge and truth blossomed. As the candle flickered and the night deepened, the scribe felt a sense of urgency. He could see the influence of his work spilling into the lives of others, igniting a flame of curiosity that could not be quenched. Words held power, power to inspire, to heal, and to transform. The wisdom literature was not merely a relic of the past. It was a living force, a pulsing heartbeat that connected the ancient with the present. Outside, the stars twinkled like distant thoughts, each one a reminder of the human quest for understanding. And as the scribe laid down his stylus, he understood that his role was not yet complete. It was merely the beginning. The candle's flame flickered one last time, casting shadows that danced across the walls, whispering promises of more stories yet to come, tales of struggle and triumph, of wisdom shared and lessons learned, waiting to entangle themselves in the fabric of the future, urging every soul to listen, to reflect, to carry on the legacy of a time when wisdom ignited the spirit and bound humanity together, like an unbreakable thread woven through the ages. In a sunlit village where laughter mingled with the scent of fresh bread, the heart of every home thudded with a fierce rhythm, the rhythm of a woman's unwavering spirit. The sun cast golden rays upon the fields, illuminating not just the crops but the essence of life itself. Here, the words of ancient proverbs echoed through the winds, painting a vivid picture of what it meant to be an ideal wife. This was not merely a title. It was a tapestry woven with threads of strength, wisdom, and compassion. Every morning, as the rooster heralded the dawn, women rose before the sun, their hands skilled in the art of nurturing. They gathered water from the well, their laughter ringing out like chimes in a gentle breeze. These women knew the weight of their responsibilities. They were not just caretakers. They were the backbone of the family, the ones who held everything together. Proverbs spoke of her worth, declaring, "A woman of noble character who can find, she is worth far more than rubies." The villagers understood the truth in those words. A woman with integrity, kindness, and strength was a treasure beyond measure. Amidst the daily chores and the lively hustle of the marketplace, one woman stood out. Her name was Miriam. With hair the color of raven feathers cascading down her shoulders, she embodied the qualities spoken of in Proverbs. Her laughter was infectious, and her kindness was a balm to the wounded souls wandering through the village. Miriam carried an unseen weight. While her hands were busy preparing meals and caring for her children, her heart was a fortress that shielded her family from the world's harshness. One fateful evening, as shadows grew long and the village gathered for a festival, a storm loomed on the horizon. The air crackled with tension, and the villagers felt a chill that had nothing to do with the weather. Women and men alike exchanged worried glances, their hearts heavy with uncertainty. But Miriam stood tall. "Fear not," she called out, her voice steady like a guiding star. "Together, we shall weather this storm." With those words, she sparked courage in others, igniting a flame of unity that swept through the crowd. Women began to rally, their spirits lifted by her unwavering resolve. They formed a chain, hand in hand, each woman echoing Miriam's strength. As the first drops of rain fell, they sang. Their voices soared above the roar of the wind, weaving a melody that wrapped around the village like a warm blanket. In that moment, they were not just wives, mothers, or daughters. They were warriors, standing together against the storm. As the tempest raged outside, the warmth of their unity blossomed within. Miriam understood the essence of Proverbs' ideal. It wasn't about perfection, but about resilience and love. Each woman carried her own burdens, but together they created a tapestry of support that no storm could tear apart. When the skies finally cleared, the village stood firm, a testament to the power of women who loved fiercely and fought valiantly. In another corner of the village, an elderly woman named Sarah watched with glistening eyes. She had lived through years of trials and triumphs, and she knew well the virtues that Proverbs extolled: the wisdom of being industrious, the grace of kindness, and the strength that came from unity. "A good wife is worth her weight in gold," she would often say, her voice rich with the wisdom of time. Each word carried the weight of generations, stories of women who, like Miriam, had faced storms and emerged stronger. On quiet evenings, when the village settled into the embrace of night, the women gathered by the fire, sharing tales that echoed the wisdom of Proverbs. They spoke of women who had sown seeds of hope in barren lands, who had turned tears into laughter, and who had painted joy into their homes despite the shadows lurking outside. Each story was a thread binding them together, reminding them of their shared heritage. Miriam listened intently, her heart swelling with pride. She understood that the ideal wife was not simply a figure pinned to a wall like a portrait of perfection. Rather, she was a living, breathing testament to love, perseverance, and the beauty found in everyday struggles. Each woman's story added to the collective strength, forming an unbreakable bond that would carry them through the darkest of days. But as the sun dipped below the horizon, casting a fiery glow across the sky, the weight of history bore down upon them. They knew that the world outside their village often failed to recognize their worth. Women were often confined to the shadows, their voices muffled by societal norms that sought to diminish their light. Yet here, in the glow of the fire, they found their power. They shared their dreams of breaking free from the constraints, of rising like phoenixes from the ashes. Miriam felt a surge of determination. She envisioned a future where the ideals of women in Proverbs weren't just words but a lived reality. A world where daughters would grow up knowing their worth and strength, where they would embody the fierce spirit of the ideal wife as they carved their own paths. The tension in the air shimmered like a promise, an unspoken agreement among them to uplift each other and to honor the legacy of the women before them. As the night deepened, the laughter and stories swirled into the night sky, creating a tapestry of dreams and aspirations. Each woman, with her own unique strengths, became a thread in this beautiful fabric, woven together by love and resilience. The fire crackled, sending embers into the starry sky, like fleeting wishes carried on the wind. In the silence that followed, amidst the glowing warmth of the fire, a new resolve took root. They would not just be the ideal wives spoken of in Proverbs. They would be the architects of their destinies, shaping what it meant to be a woman in their world. Their stories would transcend time, and their legacy would be one of empowerment and courage, echoing through generations to come. And as the dawn approached, the village awoke, infused with a renewed spirit. The air buzzed with energy, the promise of a new day, where the echoes of Proverbs would inspire not just women but everyone to honor the strength that lies within. Just as Miriam stepped into the sunlight, ready to face the day, shadows loomed once more, whispering of the challenges ahead. The village stirred, and the journey of women, their trials, triumphs, and the essence of the ideal wife, was far from over. Each moment was a thread in the grand tapestry of life, weaving onward into the unknown, forever entwined with hope, strength, and an unyielding spirit. On a chilly autumn evening, the sun dipped below the horizon, casting a warm golden hue over a small village nestled between rolling hills. The air was thick with the scent of wood smoke and the crispness of fallen leaves. Laughter echoed from the old oak tree in the village square, where neighbors gathered, their faces illuminated by the flickering light of a fire. It was here, surrounded by the glow of companionship, that the essence of life unfolded: friendship and community. In that close-knit circle, a wise elder named Elda shared stories woven from the fabric of their lives. Her voice was smooth like the gentle rustle of leaves, and every word carried the weight of wisdom passed down through generations. "A friend is like a mirror," she would say, her eyes sparkling with mischief. "They show us who we truly are, sometimes even before we see it ourselves." The villagers nodded, each feeling the truth of her words sink deep into their hearts. They had all experienced those moments when a friend held up the mirror, reflecting back both their strengths and their flaws. Nearby, two young boys, Ansel and Finn, were locked in a playful argument. "I can climb higher than you," Ansel boasted, his face flushed with excitement. Finn, undeterred, shot back, "Only because I let you go first." As they tussled and laughed, the elder quietly observed, her heart swelling with nostalgia for her own childhood friendships. Each playful jab and shared laugh reinforced the invisible bond between them, a bond that would carry them through years of camaraderie. "Remember," Elda interjected, breaking the boys' banter, "a true friend is not just someone who shares your laughter but also wipes your tears. A friend stands by you in stormy weather." As her words hung in the air, the laughter faded, replaced by a reflective silence. Each villager recalled moments of hardship, times when a friend had been the light in their darkest days. A woman named Mara thought of her own friend who had held her hand through the loss of her father, never leaving her side until the sun broke through the clouds again. Across the fire, a couple sat close together, wrapped in each other's warmth. Their fingers intertwined, they listened intently to Elda's wisdom. "A community," she continued, "is like a tapestry, each thread contributing to the whole. When one thread is pulled, the entire fabric shifts. We must care for one another, for our strength lies in unity." The couple exchanged glances, understanding the quiet strength of their connection, not just to each other, but to the greater tapestry of their village. As the night deepened, Elda shared a proverb that resonated with everyone present. "To be without a friend is to be a stranger in your own home." Each villager felt the truth of this statement, the pang of loneliness that could creep in without the warmth of companionship. The fire crackled, and the shadows danced across their faces, revealing expressions of empathy and understanding. A sudden gust of wind sent a shiver through the crowd, drawing attention to a lone figure standing at the edge of the square. It was Jonah, a reclusive man who had recently moved to the village. He had been too shy to engage, too unsure of how to connect. Elda, sensing an opportunity, beckoned him to come closer. "Jonah, come share this moment with us," she called, her voice a gentle invitation. With hesitant steps, Jonah approached, caught between the warmth of the fire and the chill of isolation. As he sat down, the villagers welcomed him with smiles, their kindness wrapping around him like a warm blanket. Elda leaned closer, her voice soft yet firm. "Friendship begins with a single step. Sometimes, that step is the hardest one to take, but it can lead to the most beautiful journey." Jonah's heart swelled as he absorbed her words, a flicker of hope igniting within him. As the night wore on, tales of old friendships and lost loves filled the air, intertwining like the branches of the oak tree above them. Each story was a thread in the tapestry of their lives, a reminder of the importance of connection. In every heart, there is a place for friendship, Elda declared, her eyes shining with the light of 1,000 stars. And every friendship has the power to change the world, one act of kindness at a time. The fire crackled and popped, sending sparks into the night sky as the villagers shared their own proverbs and sayings about relationships. A friend in need is a friend indeed. One voice chimed in, reminding everyone of the unwavering support they could find in one another. Another added, two heads are better than one, and laughter erupted as they remembered the times they had solved problems together, leaning on each other's strengths. Suddenly, a shout broke through the laughter. Finn had climbed the tree, standing triumphantly on a sturdy branch, his arms stretched wide. "Look at me!" he yelled, his voice full of glee. Ansel, still on the ground, cheered him on. "I knew you could do it." The villagers watched, a wave of pride washing over them. The joy of shared accomplishments and encouragement was palpable. In that moment, they were reminded that each achievement, big or small, was sweeter when celebrated together. Elda smiled, knowing that the bonds of friendship were being forged anew beneath the branches of the oak. She spoke again, her voice rising above the joyous chaos. "Let us not forget, in times of joy, friends multiply our happiness. In times of sorrow, they divide our grief." The villagers absorbed her words, feeling the weight of a shared history, a collective strength. As the fire began to die down, the air turned cooler, but the warmth of their connections lingered. Jonah, feeling a newfound sense of belonging, took a breath, ready to share his own story. "I never thought I could find a home here," he began, his voice trembling with emotion. "But tonight, I realized that friendship can bloom in the most unexpected places." The villagers leaned in, captivated by his honesty, the truth of his words resonating in their souls like a forgotten melody now brought to life. The night deepened, cloaked in mystery and possibility. Each villager felt the threads of their lives intertwining further, strengthened by every shared story and laughter. The fire flickered low, but the embers glowed brighter than ever, a testament to the power of friendship and community, binding them together in ways words could hardly capture. And as the stars twinkled above, a new chapter in their relationships was waiting to be written, each moment a stepping stone toward deeper connections, stronger bonds, and a brighter tomorrow. In a small village, where the sun painted the skies in hues of gold and crimson, a father stood at the threshold of his home, the weight of generations resting on his shoulders. The laughter of children echoed in the air, filling the spaces between the trees with a melody of innocence. But in that laughter, there lay an undercurrent of lessons yet to be learned, a dance between nurture and discipline, a delicate balance that every parent must navigate. The father watched his young son play, his small hands molding the earth into castles and dreams. But he knew, as did every parent before him, that every joyous moment held the seeds of responsibility. "Train up a child in the way he should go," he murmured, recalling the ancient proverb that had echoed through time, passed down from parent to child like a sacred torch. It was a reminder that the path of parenting was not just about joy, but also about guiding those little feet toward a future filled with purpose. Around the village, mothers shared knowing glances, their eyes reflecting the struggles and triumphs of raising children. One mother, with lines etched upon her brow, remembered her own upbringing. Her father had been stern but fair, his voice a thunderstorm that demanded respect. "Spare the rod, spoil the child," he would say, and she had learned to appreciate the firmness that came with love. Love was not always soft. Sometimes it wrapped itself in tough lessons, shaping character like a blacksmith shaping iron, forging resilience. On the other side of the village, an elderly woman sat by her window, knitting a blanket that would one day wrap her grandchildren in warmth. She recalled a time when her own mother would gather them around the fire, stories woven into the fabric of their lives. "A child's heart is like wax. It takes the shape of what it is pressed against," her mother would say. Each stitch she made was a silent prayer that her children would grow into kind souls, molded by the warmth of family and the wisdom of ages. Yet, not every memory was bathed in light. The father watched as the shadows of his past flickered in his mind. Moments of anger, impatience, and regret. He had raised his voice once, and it had shattered the fragile air, leaving a crack that echoed in the silence. Discipline is a bridge to understanding, he reflected, knowing that every moment of correction was a chance to teach, to guide, to pull his son back from the edge of temptation. Foolishness is bound up in the heart of a child. The rod of discipline will drive it far from him. He reminded himself, feeling the weight of that responsibility in his bones. As dusk fell, the village glowed softly under the stars. Families gathered for dinner, the air filled with the aroma of bread and laughter. The father sat with his son, listening to his dreams, his heart swelling with pride yet tinged with the fear of letting him wander too far. A good name is to be chosen rather than great riches, he said softly, hoping his son would understand that wealth was not just in gold, but in the honor and integrity they built together. In another corner of the village, a wise man walked through the fields, observing the crops swaying gently in the breeze. He paused to share his wisdom with a group of young parents. "He who spares the rod hates his son," he proclaimed, his voice carrying weight. "But he who loves him is diligent to discipline him." The parents nodded, their eyes wide, absorbing every word. They understood that love was a lesson, and discipline was its companion, both essential to raising a child who would stand tall in a world that often felt overwhelming. The father, feeling the pull of his own conscience, spoke to his son again. "When you are grown, remember this. The path of discipline leads to wisdom." The boy's eyes sparkled with curiosity, and he asked, "What is wisdom, father?" The father smiled, realizing that the answer was not just a word, but a journey they would embark on together. Each lesson, each moment of discipline would paint the canvas of his son's understanding, shaping him into a man who could navigate the world with both strength and kindness. Suddenly, a commotion broke the tranquility of the evening. A group of children raced past, their laughter chased by the sound of swift footsteps. One boy stumbled and fell, scrapes blooming on his knees like wildflowers. The father rushed to help, instinctively bending down to lift him up. "It's okay, little one," he said, his voice soothing as he brushed the dirt from the boy's face. "Every fall is a chance to rise again, just as life teaches us. Remember, my son, that in the midst of discipline, there is compassion." The child's eyes widened, absorbing the lesson as if it were a rare gem. The father turned back to his own son, pride swelling in his chest. "This is the essence of parenting," he thought. "It's not just about the rules, but about nurturing the spirit within." The villagers gathered closer, the warmth of shared stories weaving binds between them. They all knew that the legacy they built was not just in the proverbs they shared, but in the hearts they nurtured. As night enveloped the village, the stars twinkled like distant dreams waiting to be realized. The past whispered through the trees, echoing the timeless proverbs that had been shared from one generation to the next. "A wise son makes a glad father," the father whispered into the night, feeling the truth of those words settle into his heart. Each child, each laugh, each tear was a note in the symphony of family, the music of life playing on a loop, unbroken and forever echoing through the ages. In a small village, where cobblestone paths twisted like the fates of its inhabitants, an old man sat by the fire, his hands cradling a worn leather book. The flickering flames danced shadows across his weathered face, illuminating the stories etched in deep lines, stories of wealth and poverty, of choices made and lives altered forever. The villagers, drawn to the warmth of the fire, leaned in closer as he began to speak, each word a thread weaving their fates together. "Listen," he said, his voice a gentle rumble, "to the tale of wealth and stewardship, for it is a story as old as time itself." The air became thick with anticipation, the kind that prickles the skin and makes the heart race. As he spoke, eyes widened and breaths quickened, for they sensed they were on the brink of something profound. He told of a distant kingdom ruled by a king whose wealth was the envy of every neighboring realm. Gold flowed like rivers, and jewels sparkled like stars in the night sky. But as the king basked in his riches, a shadow grew in the hearts of his people. Those without means walked narrow paths, their bellies hollow and hearts heavy. The king, blinded by his opulence, failed to see the hunger in their eyes, the despair that echoed through the streets. One day, a wise woman from the village approached the castle, her spirit unbroken despite the weight of poverty upon her shoulders. She carried no gold or silver, only a simple bowl filled with wildflowers, vibrant and alive. The guards laughed at her, their voices dripping with mockery, but she stood firm, her gaze unwavering. "I come not to take, but to give," she declared, her words ringing like a bell in the still air. Intrigued, the king commanded her to speak. She spoke of the earth, of the beauty in sharing, of the abundance that flourishes when nurtured. "Your wealth means nothing if it does not lift the burdens of your people," she implored, her voice trembling with urgency. The king felt her words pierce his heart, but pride and fear held him captive, shackled to his throne. Months turned into years, and the kingdom thrived in its opulence, but the seeds of discontent had been sown. One fateful night, a great storm swept through the land, tearing apart homes and dreams. The king's castle stood tall, untouched by the fury of nature, but outside, the wails of the broken echoed through the darkness. In that moment, the king saw it clearly. His wealth meant nothing if his people were starving. Desperation became the catalyst for change. He called upon the wise woman once again, this time with a humble heart. Together, they devised a plan to share his riches, to bring forth a new dawn where wealth would serve a greater purpose. The king ordered the construction of community gardens, where every villager could plant and harvest. He redistributed resources, ensuring that no child went to bed hungry. It was a slow process, like the gradual warming of the sun after a long winter, but hope began to flourish. Amidst this transformation, a small boy watched from the sidelines. His eyes were wide, filled with wonder and curiosity. He marveled at the shift occurring in his village, the way the community came together, stitching the fabric of their lives with love and compassion. He approached the king, his voice barely a whisper. "Will you tell me how to be wise with money?" The king knelt, meeting the boy's gaze, and for the first time, he realized that true wealth lies not in treasure but in stewardship, nurturing what one has for the good of all. The village began to blossom not just in resources, but in spirit. The people shared recipes, stories, laughter, and tears. They learned that wealth was not measured in coins but in kindness, in support, and in resilience. The old man by the fire paused, allowing the flickering flames to speak for a moment, illuminating the faces of his captivated audience. He saw their eyes glisten with understanding, hearts brimming with hope. His tale transitioned, weaving in the threads of history. He spoke of the ancient civilizations that had risen and fallen, their legacies shaped by how they treated their people. The Aztecs, with their vast wealth built on tributes, faced ruin when the spirit of community was lost. The great empires of Rome and Greece crumbled under the weight of greed, their leaders consuming resources while their citizens starved. The listeners gasped, their imaginations igniting with images of grandeur and downfall. They felt the tension of history, the weight of choices made by those before them. It was a reminder, a haunting echo of lessons unlearned. The thread of stewardship wove its way through the ages, a constant reminder that wealth, when hoarded, breeds discontent, while shared wealth can uplift entire communities. As the fire crackled, the old man continued, his voice steady and powerful. But the story doesn't end here. It travels onward through generations, asking us how we will write the next chapter. Will we be stewards of our resources or prisoners of our desires? The villagers leaned into his words, feeling the gravity of his question, each heartbeat syncing with the rhythm of his storytelling. Outside, the night deepened, but inside, a light had ignited, one that burned brighter with each shared story, each shared lesson. The fire's warmth wrapped around them, a reminder of the bonds that unite them, wealth and poverty, hope and despair, stewardship and desire. The air was electric, charged with possibility, and they felt a profound connection to one another, a tapestry of lives intertwined in pursuit of a brighter tomorrow. As the tale wove onward, the old man's voice dipped into a soft whisper, the glow of the fire reflecting in the eyes of the villagers, who now understood that the journey of wealth was not solely about accumulation but about nurturing, about giving back, about leaving a legacy of compassion. And there, in the flickering shadows, the boy who asked for wisdom felt a spark ignite within him, a calling that would guide him through the challenges of his life. What would he choose? What path would he carve? The fire crackled, and the old man's words hung in the air, a haunting melody echoing through time, leading them into the unknown, where the next chapter awaited, full of promise and uncertainty. In the quiet of an ancient village, the sun dipped below the horizon, casting long shadows on the dusty paths where lives intertwined. It was here, in whispered exchanges and laughter that floated through the air like delicate petals, that the power of words played its timeless symphony. A grandmother gathered her grandchildren beneath a gnarled tree, its roots deep in the earth, as they hung on her every word, their eyes wide with wonder. Words can heal, she told them, the fading light catching the glint of wisdom in her eyes. And they can also destroy. Across the world, in a bustling city filled with the clamor of modernity, a young woman stood at a podium, her heart pounding as she found her voice amidst the sea of faces. She spoke of injustice, her words like arrows aimed at the heart of apathy. Each sentence was a call to action, each pause a moment for the truth to sink in, piercing deep into the souls of her listeners. There was a stirring in the crowd, a palpable energy, as her words swirled around them, igniting a fire that had long been dormant. Throughout history, words have wielded unimaginable power, shaping destinies and changing the course of lives. In the crowded marketplaces of ancient Athens, where philosophers debated fiercely, the spoken word was sacred. Socrates, with his probing questions, sought to peel back the layers of ignorance, shining a light on the shadows of human thought. His words echoed through the ages, reminding us that the pursuit of truth is often fraught with danger. Those who dare to speak may face the bitter taste of persecution, yet their voices resonate long after their bodies have turned to dust. In the courts of kings and queens, where the fates of nations hung in the balance, the choice of words could mean the difference between war and peace. The eloquence of a diplomat could sway the hearts of leaders, forging alliances that would stand the test of time. A single phrase, a deftly crafted sentence, could rally a nation behind a cause, like arrows drawn from a quiver, ready to strike the heart of tyranny. The story of King Solomon's wisdom is well known. His ability to discern truth through the art of speech spared a child from a terrible fate, proving that words could be both sword and shield. But the power of words is not confined to the grand stages of history. In the intimate moments of life, the quiet whispers in the ears of loved ones can be just as profound. A mother's gentle words of encouragement can lift a child from despair, while a father's harsh criticism can shatter dreams. The human experience is woven with the threads of spoken language, each conversation a stitch that binds us closer together or pulls us further apart. The stories we tell ourselves shape our identities. The affirmations we share create bonds that can weather the fiercest storms. With every word spoken, there lies the potential for beauty and destruction, a duality that echoes through proverbs from cultures around the world. The tongue has no bones, but it can break a heart, one might say, underscoring the fragility of our emotions, the ease with which they can be shattered by thoughtless words. Another proverb warns, words are like eggs. Once broken, they can't be put back together. This wisdom transcends generations, reminding us to tread lightly with our speech, for we wield a power that can illuminate or darken the lives of those around us. In the heart of the African savanna, elders would gather around a fire, sharing stories that carried lessons from the ancestors. Speak with kindness, for your words can wander into the lives of others. They warned, knowing that the weight of a single phrase could echo across generations. Each story was a thread in the tapestry of their culture, a reminder that words are not merely sounds but vessels of thought, emotion, and legacy. As the world moves forward, the echoes of the past remain ever present, The young woman at the podium, her heart racing, understood the gravity of her words. She spoke for those silenced, for the marginalized, who had long been overshadowed by the loud proclamations of power. The audience hung on her every syllable, each word like a beating drum, calling them to action. The air crackled with anticipation, each listener feeling the weight of their own responsibility, their own power to change the narrative. And in that moment, the past and future converged. The lessons of history, the wisdom of ancestors, and the hopes of a new generation intertwined in the sacred dance of language. The intensity of her message surged through the crowd, connecting each individual with an invisible thread of shared humanity. "Your words matter," she told them, her voice unwavering. "Hold them close, for they can build bridges or erect walls." The ripples of her speech extended far beyond the walls of that hall, reaching into homes and hearts, igniting conversations that would spark change. The power of words transcended the barriers of culture and time, weaving a narrative that would continue to evolve, shaping the lives of those willing to listen and speak. As the sun finally dipped below the horizon, leaving behind a canvas painted with deep purples and fiery oranges, the village elder closed her eyes, feeling the warmth of the day retreat. The children watched, silently absorbing every lesson, every story, and every truth. They understood that the words they would one day speak could echo through time, just like the grandmother's stories that had been shared for generations. The tension hung thick in the air, pregnant with possibility, as the words of the young speaker and the whisperings of the old elder intertwined. In that moment, the power of speech shimmered like a fragile flame, illuminating the path ahead. The night wrapped around them, holding the promise of new beginnings, where every voice could resonate, every word could inspire, and every story could change the world. In a bustling ancient marketplace, the air thick with spices and the cries of merchants hawking their wares, a young boy named Eli stood, mesmerized. He watched a wise old man, a sage, share tales that sent shivers down the spines of those gathered around him. With every word, the crowd leaned in closer, hanging on his every utterance, captivated by his stories that danced between light and darkness. It was here, amidst the vibrant chaos, that Eli first heard about righteousness and wickedness, lessons sewn into the very fabric of life. As the sun dipped below the horizon, casting long shadows across the cobblestones, the old man's voice rose and fell like the tide, echoing through the alleyways. "Righteousness is like a strong tower," he declared, "a refuge from the storm, while wickedness is the tempest that seeks to tear down that very tower." The crowd felt the weight of those words, a truth that resonated deep within their souls. Eli's heart thrummed as he absorbed the lesson, the very essence of right and wrong simmering just beneath the surface of everyday life. In the following days, Eli began to see the world through a new lens. The baker, who shared loaves with the hungry without a second thought, embodied righteousness. The local thief, who snatched coins from unsuspecting hands and vanished into the shadows, represented wickedness. With each encounter, Eli felt a stirring within him, a compulsion to choose the path of the righteous, to stand tall against the looming shadow of wickedness. His feet carried him through the streets, where laughter mingled with the cries of despair. He listened to the whispers of his neighbors, the stories of how a righteous man had helped an ill child or how a wicked woman had betrayed her friend. Each tale was a thread, weaving a complex tapestry that depicted the battle between good and evil, righteousness and wickedness. Eli's heart pounded, not from fear, but from a growing urgency to understand his role within this story. One day, fate twisted the fabric of Eli's reality. As he wandered near the edge of the marketplace, he stumbled upon an altercation. A group of men surrounded an old woman, her face lined with worry as she clutched a small purse. They taunted her, their laughter sharp and cruel, hungry for the spoils she clung to. Eli's stomach knotted as he witnessed the embodiment of wickedness before him, a living nightmare that ignited a fire within his chest. He remembered the sage's words, felt the weight of righteousness pressing down on him. Without thinking, Eli stepped forward, his voice barely a whisper but steady. "Leave her be." The words hung in the air, a fragile thread connecting him to the old woman. For a moment, silence reigned as the group turned, their eyes narrowing at the audacity of the boy. Eli's heart raced, his breath quickening as he felt the tide of fear wash over him. But he stood firm, feeling the strength of righteousness surge within him. The confrontation escalated, tension thick enough to cut. A fist swung through the air, a stark reminder of the darkness lurking just beneath the surface. Eli closed his eyes for an instant, bracing for the impact, but in that suspended moment, he felt a surge of courage. He stepped forward, willing to stand against the tide. The old woman's eyes reflected gratitude, and as if summoned by her silent plea, a group of townsfolk emerged, drawn by the commotion. The wicked men retreated, their laughter faltering as they melted into the shadows. Eli's heart raced, not from victory, but from the realization that righteousness was not merely a choice, but a calling. In that moment, he had tasted the bitter sweetness of standing against evil, of becoming a beacon of hope in a world often shrouded in darkness. Days turned into weeks, and the tales of Eli's bravery spread. The marketplace became a living testament to the struggle between righteousness and wickedness. Merchants praised the boy who had stood up for the vulnerable, while others whispered stories of the wicked who had met their end at the hands of their own greed. Around every corner, Eli found echoes of the sage's teachings, the narratives entwined in the very essence of life. Yet, with every act of righteousness, the shadows loomed larger. Eli witnessed the fallout of choices, the ripple effect of one man's greed on a community. He saw families torn apart by betrayal, friendships shattered by envy. The balance between good and evil was a constant tug-of-war, each side vying for dominance. His heart ached for those ensnared by wickedness, their choices leading them down paths drenched in despair. One evening, while wandering through the marketplace, Eli encountered an old friend, Jonah, a boy once filled with laughter. Now, Jonah stood cornered by a group of older men, their intentions clear. Eli felt the familiar burn of righteousness rise within him, but fear clawed at his throat. Jonah, once so spirited, now wore the weight of poor choices upon his shoulders, a haunting reminder of what could happen when wickedness took root. "Help me," Jonah pleaded, his eyes glassy with desperation. Eli felt the world shift around them, the air thick with tension. The voices of the past echoed in his mind, the sage's stories of righteousness standing against the tide of wickedness. He took a step forward, heart pounding, ready to confront this new challenge. The confrontation was electric, tension crackling in the air as Eli faced the men surrounding his friend. He could feel the pulse of righteousness coursing through him, a force that ignited the fire of determination. "Leave him alone," he shouted, his voice steady yet filled with an urgency that shocked even himself. The men turned, surprise etched across their faces, and for a heartbeat, Eli felt the world hold its breath. The confrontation escalated, words turning to threats, each moment a reminder of the thin line between righteousness and wickedness. Eli's thoughts raced, memories flooding back, the lessons learned, the tales shared. He understood now that righteousness wasn't just a choice. It was a fierce battle, one that demanded unwavering courage in the face of fear, a choice that could change the course of lives. As tensions reached a fever pitch, the weight of Eli's decision loomed over him. Would he let wickedness claim another victim, or would he stand tall, the light of righteousness shining bright in the encroaching darkness? The choice echoed in his heart, for it was not just Jonah's life at stake, but the very essence of their community, a living embodiment of the struggle between good and evil, a struggle that would reverberate through the ages. In a dimly lit classroom of the late 19th century, the sound of a wooden ruler striking a desk echoed sharply, a jarring reminder of authority. The air was thick with tension, a fragile balance between fear and reverence. Young Thomas sat in the front row, his heart pounding against his chest as he awaited a reprimand for not completing his homework. The teacher's stern gaze bore down on him, a reminder that in this world, discipline ruled supreme. The ruler, a symbol of punishment, was not just a tool. It was a weapon of learning, a catalyst for growing minds. In those days, the notion of discipline was interwoven with education. Schools were often stark places where silence reigned, and the slightest disruption could lead to severe consequences. Thomas's mind raced, recalling the tales of his older brother, who once had to write lines for an entire week after a minor infraction. The older boy had emerged from the experience tougher, but the cost was high. His childhood innocence marred by the harshness of a teacher's discipline. This was how learning unfolded, through pain, through struggle, and through the unwavering belief that punishment would lead to better behavior and stronger character. Across the globe, the history of punishment in education painted a vivid picture. In ancient Sparta, children were subjected to rigorous training, where the weak were weeded out and only the strongest survived. The state demanded perfection, molding young boys into fierce warriors. To falter was unthinkable. They were caned, shamed, and sometimes even left to fend for themselves in the wilderness. The cries of the young echoes through the ages, a haunting reminder that discipline often walked hand in hand with fear. Yet, in the shadows of these harsh realities, there flickered a small flame of hope, a belief that discipline could ignite the spark of greatness. The great philosopher Socrates, although he lived hundreds of years before the modern school system took shape, understood the power of consequences. He taught that punishment, when wielded with wisdom, could illuminate the path to knowledge. It was not about inflicting pain but rather guiding the soul toward enlightenment. A delicate balance hung in the air, one that many educators struggled to maintain. As the years marched on, the debate over punishment in education grew more intense. The Victorian era ushered in a time of reform, challenging the traditional methods that had defined generations. The echo of the ruler faded, replaced by a softer approach, one that sought to understand the child rather than simply discipline them. Teachers began to explore the psychology of learning, realizing that connection, empathy, and guidance were just as essential to education as punishment had ever been. However, the remnants of the past lingered, like shadows in the corners of a well-lit room. In the United States, the late 19th century saw the rise of the progressive education movement. Figures like John Dewey championed the idea that education should cater to the needs of the child, not merely enforce compliance. Yet, amidst this progressive wave, the grip of punishment remained. Corporal punishment was still common practice in many schools. The stories of teachers wielding paddles and rulers sparking fear in the hearts of students rippled through communities, a reminder that the past was never truly gone. Back in the classroom, Thomas's heart raced as he felt the weight of his teacher's gaze. "You think this is a joke?" the educator barked, standing over him like a looming thundercloud. The boy's mind whirled with questions. Did he deserve this? Was he learning anything at all through the fear? In that moment, he felt the sting of injustice, and yet he also felt a flicker of determination. Perhaps this punishment was not just about reprimanding. Maybe it was a twisted way of showing care, a misguided attempt to push him beyond his limits. And so, the tension thickened, a palpable energy crackling in the air. Thomas clenched his fists, feeling the burn of tears welling in his eyes. Suddenly, the ruler slammed down beside him, splitting the silence like a lightning bolt. "Do you wish to end up like your brother?" The question hung ominously, a reminder of the heavy expectations resting on his shoulders. The line between punishment and encouragement blurred, and Thomas couldn't help but wonder, was this truly the only way to learn? Outside the classroom, whispers of change began to circulate. Educators and parents alike started questioning the effectiveness of harsh discipline. The dawn of the 20th century brought with it new ideas of nurturing and understanding, yet old habits died hard. The drumbeat of punishment still resonated in many classrooms, with educators torn between tradition and the emerging understanding of child psychology. The tension simmered, a tug-of-war between the desire for obedience and the realization that learning stemmed from a place of safety and encouragement. As Thomas sat in silence, doubt mingling with fear, he caught sight of a classmate, Sarah, who had faced her own share of punishment. Her spirit, however, remained unbroken. She wore her experiences like a badge of courage, fighting against the very system that sought to stifle her. With a nod, She gave him a silent promise, a reminder that together they would challenge the very foundations of their education, reshaping the future one defiant act at a time. Behind the scenes, the world of education was on the brink of transformation, a change that would reverberate through the generations. The stories of Thomas and Sarah were just beginning. As whispers of reform grew louder, educators began to ponder the very essence of discipline. Was it about creating order, or was it about nurturing minds? The answer teetered on the edge, waiting to be discovered in the tumultuous dance between punishment and learning. And so, as the pages of history turned, the echoes of past lessons intertwined with the hopes of a brighter future, an unending cycle of growth, struggle, and resilience. In ancient Jerusalem, the sun sank slowly behind the hills, casting long shadows across the dusty streets. The air was thick with the scent of spices and the sound of merchants calling out their wares. Beneath the stone arches of a modest home, a young boy eagerly listened to his father's voice, rich with wisdom and warmth. "Son," the father began, his tone firm yet gentle. "Wisdom is like a treasure buried deep within the earth. It requires searching, patience, and faith to uncover." The boy's eyes sparkled with curiosity as he leaned closer, eager to grasp the depths of his father's words. Wisdom, as his father spoke, was not merely information. It was alive, breathing, infusing the world with understanding, guiding the hearts of those willing to listen. The father recounted tales of kings and prophets, battles won not through might, but through the power of discernment. Each story was a thread, weaving together the fabric of divine wisdom that echoed throughout the ages. As night fell, the flickering light of an oil lamp illuminated the pages of a revered scroll, filled with sayings that danced between the lines like fireflies. The Proverbs, a collection of wise sayings, had been passed down through generations. They spoke of justice, mercy, and the profound nature of God. The boy felt a shiver run down his spine, aware that these words were more than mere teachings. They were reflections of the divine character. In the bustling market, the laughter and chatter of townsfolk faded into the background as he recalled his father's voice. "The fear of the Lord is the beginning of wisdom," his father had said, imbuing the phrase with a weight that settled into the boy's heart. It was an invitation, not a command, to stand in awe of the Creator, to recognize the vastness of the universe and the intimacy with which God knew each person's heart. The boy felt a swell of emotion, a longing to grasp the infinite connection between humanity and the divine. As he walked through the narrow streets, shadows flickered against the walls, giving life to stories of old. He could almost hear the whispers of sages, the echo of their laughter shared over cups of wine, the clinking of coins, and the rustle of scrolls. Each proverb, each piece of wisdom, breathed life into the mundane. "A soft answer turns away wrath," he recalled, his heart racing at the thought of how simple words could diffuse tension and bring peace. The power of language, of understanding, resonated deep within him. In a nearby synagogue, the flickering candlelight cast a warm glow, and the air hummed with anticipation. The elders gathered to share wisdom, each offering insights drawn from the well of Proverbs. "Trust in the Lord with all your heart," one elder proclaimed, his voice steady, "and lean not on your own understanding." The boy felt as though the words reached into his soul, pulling at his very core. It was a reminder that human understanding, while valuable, was limited. There was a greater wisdom, a divine perspective that transcended the trials and tribulations of everyday life. Outside, the world swirled with life. Children played, laughter ringing through the air, while mothers hushed their little ones to sleep, cradling them under the stars. But there was also sadness in the streets. A widow mourning her lost husband, a beggar sitting in the dust, eyes filled with longing. The boy's heart ached for them, and he understood that wisdom was not just for the wise. It was meant to be shared, to uplift those who were struggling, to offer hope in the darkest of times. He recalled the verse that spoke to the heart of God's nature. "The Lord is good to those who wait for him." The promise that God was present, even when the world felt overwhelmingly heavy, ignited a flame of hope within him. He envisioned a vast, loving presence watching over every soul, guiding them toward light and truth. The thought brought tears to his eyes. What kind of love could envelop the world in such grace? As he wandered deeper into the city, the tension of the day melted away, replaced by a profound sense of connection. He felt as if he were part of a grand tapestry, where each thread represented a life touched by divine wisdom. A wise king ruling with justice, a humble servant showing kindness, a child learning the lessons of love. Each interaction, each moment of understanding, added a vibrant hue to the fabric of existence. Then came a sudden commotion, the sound of raised voices echoing through the alleyways. The boy's heart raced as he ran toward the source, the warmth of familiarity quickly replaced by the chill of uncertainty. A crowd had gathered, their faces etched with worry. A dispute had erupted between two men, their tempers flaring, words flying like arrows. The boy felt a rush of fear. Would wisdom prevail here? In that moment, he remembered another proverb: "A wise man will hear and increase learning." His father's teachings thrummed in his chest, urging him to step forward. With trembling hands, he approached, the crowd parting as if sensing his heartbeat. "Friends," he called out, his voice shaky yet unwavering, "let us not allow anger to cloud our judgment. What is it that we seek?" The two men turned, surprise etched on their faces. The crowd fell silent, anticipation hanging in the air. The boy's heart pounded in his ears, and he took a deep breath, recalling the depths of wisdom he had felt in his father's stories, in the sacred scrolls. He urged them to listen, to remember the words of their ancestors, the echoes of divine wisdom that urged reconciliation over discord. As he spoke, the tension began to dissolve, replaced by understanding. Each word was a stitch, mending the rift that had threatened to tear them apart. The boy saw the flicker of realization in their eyes, the dawning of empathy. In that moment, the Proverbs became alive. They breathed through him, transforming fear into hope, anger into peace. But just as the atmosphere shifted, a sudden darkness swept over the crowd. A storm gathered on the horizon, ominous clouds swirling with promise and peril. The moment hung thick with suspense, as if the very heavens were holding their breath. Would wisdom prevail in the face of chaos? Would the light of understanding shine through the tempest? As the boy looked up at the swirling clouds, he couldn't help but feel that the story was only just beginning, the threads of wisdom weaving their way through the hearts of all those gathered. And the age-old question lingered in the air: what does it mean to truly know God? With each passing moment, the tension swelled, the stage set for a deeper revelation of the divine wisdom that had shaped their world and continues to shape theirs. In a small village nestled between rolling hills, a fierce storm raged one fateful night. The wind howled like a grieving mother, and the rain lashed down, drenching the earth beneath. Amidst the chaos, an old man named Eli sat by his flickering candle, his weathered hands clasped tightly together, as if in prayer. The whispers of ancient proverbs danced at the edges of his mind, bringing forth memories of lessons learned long ago, lessons of humility and pride. Eli had seen much in his 80 years, from the rise and fall of neighbors who had once basked in the sunlight of fortune to those who had humbly weathered the storms of life with grace. As the storm outside rattled the windows, he recalled a particular tale of a great king who ruled with an iron fist, his pride towering like a castle. The kingdom flourished, and the king's name echoed through the ages. Yet Eli knew that this tale had not a happy ending. The king's arrogance blinded him, leading to a downfall so great that the very earth seemed to quake as he tumbled from power. The villagers spoke in hushed tones of that king, warning their children, "Pride goes before destruction." They recounted how he had ignored the wisdom of those who advised him to remain humble, to listen and learn from the voices around him. Instead, he stood alone atop his high throne, deaf to the whispers of the people, until one day, the ground beneath him crumbled. His kingdom, once a beacon of wealth and glory, was left in ruins, a stark reminder of how pride can turn even the strongest into dust. As Eli sat and listened to the storm, he felt a shiver run down his spine. He thought of Miriam, a young woman in the village, whose beauty and wit had made her the talk of every gathering. For a time, her laughter filled the air, and her confidence sparkled like the stars on a clear night. Yet, as she began to believe in her own perfection, her heart hardened. She stopped greeting her neighbors, her pride casting a long shadow. The whispers of admiration turned to murmurs of disappointment. One stormy evening, she found herself alone, her laughter echoing back at her from the empty streets, a ghost of what once was. Eli remembered how she had come to him, tears glistening in her eyes, filled with sorrow for her choices. "I was so high, Eli. I thought I was untouchable," she had whispered. "But now I see. I've lost everything." Eli had offered her a simple truth, passed down through generations. Humility is the quiet strength that gives us the grace to rise again. He watched as Miriam slowly learned to embrace the beauty of humility, finding joy in small acts of kindness, each one a step back toward the warmth of her community. Humility and pride, two sides of the same coin, clashed within the hearts of many. It was the great philosopher Confucius who once remarked, "Real knowledge is to know the extent of one's ignorance." The world was filled with those who thought they knew everything, strutting about like peacocks, unaware that their arrogance was a thin veil hiding a deep-rooted fear of vulnerability. These were the people who forgot the wisdom of the ages. They often fell the hardest when their world came crashing down. Eli had seen a young farmer named Tom, too proud to accept help when his crops failed. He believed he could conquer the elements, bending nature to his will. But the drought came, relentless and unforgiving. Day by day, his fields withered until they became nothing but barren earth. The villagers offered assistance, but Tom turned them away, clinging to his pride like a lifebuoy in a storm. When he finally surrendered, it was too late. The damage was done. Watching him rebuild his life from the ashes, Eli could only hope that Tom would remember this lesson. Humility is not weakness, but the foundation of strength. Through the years, the village had forged a rhythm of life that danced between pride and humility, the two entwined like threads in a tapestry. There were victories to be celebrated, moments of pride that lifted spirits and united the community. Yet, there were also the quiet acts of service, the whispered encouragements that often overshadowed the loud proclamations. Eli could hear the echoes of children in the village square, their laughter mingling with the soft sounds of shared stories. Each child learned from the elders, absorbing the wisdom that wove through their lives, forming a legacy of humility and pride. The storm outside began to wane, and Eli's candle flickered as if it too were caught in the ebb and flow of nature's fury. He thought about the ancient proverb that said, "The humble will inherit the earth." The words resonated in his heart, a promise that echoed through time. The stories of the proud king and the fallen farmer served as reminders that there was always a chance to learn, to grow, to rise anew. Each individual in the village carried their own tales of struggle and triumph, a testament to the delicate balance of life. Eli closed his eyes, letting the warmth of hope wash over him. He envisioned a future where the lessons of humility and pride would continue to shape the lives of those around him. The storm had passed, but the winds of change were blowing, carrying with them whispers of wisdom that transcended time. The last flicker of his candle illuminated the room just enough for him to see the shadows dance against the walls, a reminder that even in darkness, there is light, an eternal truth that binds us all. As he settled deeper into the embrace of his thoughts, Eli felt the pulse of the village heartbeat, a rhythm that would carry on beyond the confines of his memory. The storm may have quieted, but the tales of humility and pride lived on, waiting to be told again, waiting for the next soul to listen, to learn, to grow. The night wrapped around him, the echoes of the past merging with the promise of what was yet to come, an unbroken cycle of life, lessons, and laughter that would never truly end. In a small village, where the sun kissed the earth with a golden hue each morning, lived two brothers, Elias and Jonah. They shared the same blood, the same laughter, but their paths were as different as the sun and the moon. Each day, as the rooster crowed, Elias would rise with the dawn, his hands eager to toil in the fields that surrounded their humble home. The smell of fresh soil and the promise of a bountiful harvest filled him with an intoxicating joy. Meanwhile, Jonah, with dreams painted in vivid colors, would pull the blanket over his head, whispering sweet nothings to his fantasies, convinced that greatness would come to him without effort. Hard work brings rewards, Elias would say, his voice booming with the confidence of generations before him. His words echoed through the ages, resonating with the wisdom of countless elders who had learned the hard way that the fruits of labor were sweeter than any daydream. To him, the calloused hands of a farmer told stories of perseverance, struggle, and unwavering commitment. It was a legacy he honored fiercely. But Jonah scoffed at his brother's convictions. "Why toil when life can be easy?" he would retort, arms crossed defiantly. In his mind, he was destined for greatness, perhaps as an artist or a poet whose words would mesmerize the world. Yet the canvas of his life remained stark and empty. A little laziness never hurt anyone, he would laugh, but deep down, a shadow lingered, whispering fears of mediocrity and lost potential. As seasons changed, so did the landscape of their lives. With every sunrise, Elias tended to the crops, watering them with sweat and determination. The villagers watched in awe as his fields flourished, vibrant and lush, much like his spirit. "A diligent hand gathers much," they would say, quoting the old sayings passed down through generations. They celebrated his labor, recognizing that while Jonah painted dreams with soft brushes, Elias etched his legacy with hard-earned labor. But in the quiet of the night, when the stars twinkled like distant dreams, the brothers found themselves at a crossroads. Elias, weary yet fulfilled, would sit by the fire, sharing tales of his day. "There's a proverb," he told Jonah, that says, "The lazy man does not roast his game, but the diligent man prizes his bounty." His eyes sparkled with passion as he spoke of the rewards of hard work, how each time he tasted the fruits of his labor, he felt the universe whispering back to him, affirming his place in it. Jonah listened, a storm of emotions brewing within him. "But what if I create something beautiful, brother? Something that will last forever?" He clung to his dreams like a lifeline, yet the weight of complacency draped over him like a shroud. Days turned into months, and the village prepared for the harvest festival. Elias Fields stood proud, ready to yield their treasures, while Jonah continued to sketch his visions, though they remained confined to the pages of his notebook. "All hard work brings a profit," Elias reminded him, as the vibrant colors of his crops beckoned. Yet Jonah remained ensnared by his thoughts, distant and detached from reality. As the festival approached, a tension thrummed in the air. The villagers were abuzz with excitement, their faces lit up with anticipation. They revered Elias, who stood tall amidst the bountiful harvest, a testament to the power of persistence. But Jonah could only watch from the sidelines, feeling like a ghost haunting a vibrant celebration. "The diligent man is not afraid of toil," Elias said, his voice rising above the laughter. "For he knows that every seed he plants today will grow into a tree tomorrow." The night before the festival, Jonah tossed and turned, the weight of his dreams heavy upon him. As he gazed at the silver moon casting shadows on his walls, a realization began to take root. "The harvest is not merely in the fields," he whispered to himself, "but also in the sweat of my brow." The festival dawned bright and joyful, filled with laughter and celebration. People sang songs of hard work, of farmers who toiled from dusk till dawn. Elias stood proudly by his stalls, showcasing the fruits of his labor: juicy tomatoes, golden squash, and sweet corn, each one a symbol of his relentless dedication. Jonah watched, heartsick yet inspired, as his brother was hailed as a hero. In that moment, a proverb echoed through his mind: "He who labors diligently need never despair." Jonah felt a burning desire to break free from the chains of his self-doubt. He picked up his brush, the canvas waiting silently for him to make a mark. The night was alive with stories of farmers and artisans, of dreams realized through hard work and dedication. The village danced around bonfires, the flames flickering in rhythm with their hearts. Jonah joined the celebration, the warmth of the community wrapping around him like a cloak. Hard work is the key that opens the door to success, he thought, feeling a shift within him, a spark igniting a fire long dormant. As the festival neared its end, Jonah stepped up to the crowd. "I have spent too long in the shadows of my own dreams," he announced, his voice trembling yet resolute. "I want to forge my path. I understand now that just as the fields need rain, so too do our passions need effort." A ripple of respect passed through the villagers. They recognized this moment, a transition not just for Jonah but for anyone who had ever faltered in the face of hard work. "Laziness brings forth nothing," Elias' voice reminded him, echoing the truth that had shaped their lives. And as the night wore on, under the watchful eyes of the stars, Jonah took a step toward his dreams, a commitment to dig deeper into his passion, to paint with the brush of diligence. The journey was only beginning, a winding path filled with possibilities as vast as the sky above them. In the distance, the sun began to rise, signaling not just a new day, but a new beginning, a promise of what hard work could produce and a reminder that within the soil of effort, dreams blossom beautifully. On a cloudy day in an ancient village, a wise old woman sat by the fire, her gnarled hands weaving a basket. Around her, children gathered, their eyes wide with wonder. As the fire crackled, she began to share proverbs, those tiny treasures of wisdom passed down through generations. Each saying was like an ember, glowing with meaning, illuminating the darkness of ignorance. It was more than just words. It was a journey through the fabric of life itself, stitched together with metaphors and similes that danced in the minds of the listeners. "Life is like a river," she said, her voice soft yet powerful. "It twists and turns, sometimes rushing forward, other times standing still." The children leaned closer, their imaginations ignited. They could almost hear the water flowing, see the bends and the rocks like obstacles in their own lives. Metaphors wrapped their thoughts in a warm blanket, making complex ideas feel simple and relatable. In every phrase, there was a world waiting to be discovered, waiting for them to stretch their young minds beyond the confines of what they knew. The village was steeped in history, where every stone held whispers of the past. Proverbs had been the lifeblood of communication, a bridge connecting generations. They were not just sayings. They were the heartbeat of the community, echoing the struggles and triumphs of those who had come before. The old woman knew this well. She had watched her mother speak them, her grandmother before her. Each time, the proverbs glimmered like stars in the night sky, guiding lost souls back home. "Patience is a tree with bitter roots, but sweet fruit," she continued, the warmth of her voice wrapping around the children like a soft shawl. They pictured the gnarled roots digging deep into the earth, struggling, and yet, somehow, those roots bore the most delicious fruits. The imagery was vivid, pulling them into a world where patience mattered, where waiting, although hard, led to the sweetest rewards. The children felt the tension of waiting, the struggle of growth, and they nodded, silently hoping to bloom like the tree one day. As she spoke, the wind picked up, rustling the leaves outside, and the children shivered slightly. The woman smiled knowingly, for she understood the power of nature in her stories. "A word spoken in anger is like a stone thrown in water," she said, her eyes sparkling with the firelight. The children gasped, picturing the ripples expanding, loud and chaotic, breaking the calm surface. They understood that words could hurt, that once spoken, they could not be taken back. The metaphor hung in the air like a storm cloud, electric and charged with emotion. Her tales were woven intricately, each proverb a thread in a larger tapestry. "A friend is like a shadow," she mused, her voice steady, "always there, even when the sun sets." The children felt the warmth of companionship, the comfort of knowing that true friends walk alongside you, through the light and the dark. They could visualize their own friendships as shadows dancing in the fading light, never truly leaving, always offering protection and safety. In that moment, the old woman paused, and the atmosphere shifted like the changing seasons. The fire flickered, casting strange shapes on the walls, and the children felt a wave of anticipation. There was something magical in the air, something that connected them all through those simple phrases. Wisdom is like a lantern. It lights the path, but you must carry it, she said, letting the weight of her words sink in. The children nodded, each one feeling the responsibility of carrying their own light, their own wisdom, as they strode into an uncertain future. Suddenly, a sharp laugh echoed from the edge of the gathered crowd. An elder, with a face like crumpled parchment, shouted, "But wisdom can be a heavy burden, can't it?" The woman smiled knowingly, for she had seen these moments before. The playful banter between generations, the push and pull of understanding. "Yes," she replied, "but just like a stone can sink, a stone can also build a bridge." The tension in the air shifted again, and the children felt the pull of both humor and gravity, the weight of the elder's words sinking deep into their hearts. "Just remember," she continued, "life is a tapestry, woven with the threads of our choices." The children's eyes sparkled as they envisioned each decision as a thread, some bright and vibrant, others dark and muted. Each choice contributed to the whole, a complex pattern that told their unique stories, full of emotion, laughter, and sometimes tears. They could almost see their own lives unfurling, colorful and chaotic, each experience stitched together with love and wisdom. As the fire crackled, the night deepened around them, and the old woman leaned closer, her voice dropping to a whisper. "And remember, my dear ones, hope is a feather, light and airy, but it can carry great weight." The children felt their hearts lift at the thought of hope, like a bird taking flight. They envisioned their dreams soaring high, painted in the colors of their imaginations, filling the night sky with possibilities. Outside, the world continued to spin, but within that circle, time stood still. The tales wrapped around them like a comforting embrace, each proverb a thread binding them together. The wisdom of the ages flowed through the old woman's words, and they felt the weight of history resting lightly on their shoulders. The metaphors and similes danced in their minds, enticing them to think, to feel, to understand. In that village, on that cloudy day, the use of metaphor and simile in Proverbs became not just a means of communication. It evolved into a lifeline, connecting them to the past and guiding them into the future. As the fire crackled and the shadows flickered, the wisdom of generations continued to ripple through the lives of the children, weaving them into the fabric of an ever-expanding story, one that was far from over. Their eyes sparkled with anticipation, for they understood that this was just the beginning of their own journey, guided by the wisdom of those who had walked before them. The old woman smiled, and the fire danced, leaving the air thick with potential and hope, a beautiful metaphor for life itself, forever flowing onward. In the dusky twilight of a forgotten village, where the whispers of ancient wisdom danced on the breeze, a fire crackled softly, illuminating faces filled with curiosity and contemplation. Beneath a canopy of stars, a gathering of villagers sat, each clutching their worn copies of the sacred texts, eager to share their thoughts on the teachings that shaped their lives. Among these texts, two stood out like twin peaks rising from a vast expanse of ideology: Proverbs and Ecclesiastes. The air shimmered with anticipation as an elder, his eyes glinting like polished stones, began to speak of the profound relationship between these two books. The Book of Proverbs, a treasure trove of moral lessons and practical wisdom, spoke to the heart of everyday life. Its verses, brimming with instruction, beckoned the listener toward a path of righteousness. The villagers could almost hear the echoes of King Solomon's voice, urging them to seek knowledge and understanding, to live with integrity and justice. "A wise man listens to advice," he would say, "but a fool scoffs at wisdom." As the elder recounted these words, they clung to them like lifebuoys in a stormy sea of uncertainty. Yet, as shadows stretched longer and the fire crackled with life, the atmosphere shifted. The elder lowered his voice, inviting the villagers to embrace the contrasting, yet intricately linked, world of Ecclesiastes. Here was a book that ventured far beyond the straightforward teachings of Proverbs, venturing into the depths of existential musings. "Vanity of vanities," the elder intoned, recalling the haunting refrain of the preacher. The villagers felt a shiver run down their spines, the weight of those words pressing heavily in the air. All is vanity, he continued, revealing a perspective that questioned the very essence of life and its meaning. Ecclesiastes wove a tapestry of despair and hope, each thread pulsating with the complex rhythm of human experience. While Proverbs promised rewards for the wise and warnings for the foolish, Ecclesiastes dared to confront the disillusionment that often shadowed human efforts. To everything there is a season, the elder mused, as the villagers absorbed the cyclical nature of existence laid bare before them. They felt the pangs of recognition, moments of joy and sorrow, triumph and defeat, all woven into the fabric of life, reminding them that every peak has its valley. In the flickering light, a young woman named Miriam raised her hand, her eyes wide with confusion. "If wisdom is so precious," she asked, her voice trembling slightly, "why does the preacher say it brings grief? How can we reconcile the joy of Proverbs with the despair of Ecclesiastes?" A murmur rippled through the crowd, the tension palpable as all awaited the elder's response. The elder smiled gently, his weathered face illuminated by the flames. "Ah, dear Miriam," he began, "wisdom is not a simple path. Proverbs teaches us how to navigate the world, a guide for living honorably. Yet, Ecclesiastes invites us to confront the truth that even the wisest among us cannot escape the inevitability of fate." His words hung in the air, heavy with the weight of understanding. Perhaps it is in the tension between the two that we find the essence of our humanity. As night deepened, the villagers exchanged glances, thoughts swirling like smoke from the fire. They began to connect the dots, seeing how the optimistic teachings of Proverbs could provide a sturdy foundation, while Ecclesiastes offered a sobering reminder of life's unpredictability. The elder deftly pointed out how Proverbs celebrated the rewards of diligence, yet Ecclesiastes questioned what it all meant in the grand scheme of things. "What does it profit a man to gain the whole world and lose his soul?" he asked, a poignant silence settling after his words. A man named David, whose brow furrowed with contemplation, spoke up. "Could it be," he pondered aloud, "that our pursuit of wisdom, as laid out in Proverbs, is itself a journey filled with uncertainty, just as the preacher suggests?" The elder nodded, and a flicker of excitement danced in his eyes. The villagers leaned in closer, captivated by the unfolding dialogue. With each passing moment, the conversation spiraled deeper, exploring the nuances of human existence. They discussed how Proverbs called for adherence to moral principles, while Ecclesiastes reminded them that the pursuit of earthly gain was ultimately fleeting. "What lasts?" murmured an older man, his voice barely above a whisper. "What remains when our days are done?" It was a question that resonated within each of them, echoing the age-old search for meaning. As the night wore on, the fire began to die down, leaving only the embers glowing softly, mirroring the flickers of hope and despair that danced in their hearts. The elder spoke of how the wisdom found in Proverbs could inspire a life of purpose, while Ecclesiastes urged them to accept the realities of life's unpredictability. "Both are essential," he concluded, his voice a comforting balm in the stillness. "Embrace the wisdom of each, and you will walk a path that acknowledges life in all its complexity." The villagers sat in reflective silence, their minds swirling with the truths they had unearthed. They felt the pull of the night, a sense of unresolved tension lingering in the air like the last notes of a haunting melody. Life's questions hung over them, a reminder that the journey of understanding was far from complete. As they prepared to leave, the elders' words echoed in their hearts, intertwining the wisdom of Proverbs with the profound reflections of Ecclesiastes, creating an everlasting thread that wove through the very fabric of their existence. In the dim glow of a flickering oil lamp, an old man sat hunched over a weathered scroll, his calloused fingers tracing the ancient Hebrew letters, each one a doorway to wisdom whispered through centuries. The air was thick with the scent of spices and the sounds of a bustling market just outside, a cacophony of voices, laughter, and the clinking of pottery. This was not just a place of trade. It was a melting pot of cultures, where ideas collided and mingled like colors on a painter's canvas. Here, amidst the noise, one could feel the pulse of life, profound and vibrant, as it shaped the very fabric of thought. In this rich tapestry of existence, the Book of Proverbs stood as a beacon, its verses reflecting the values and struggles of a society caught between tradition and change. The wisdom it offered was not born in isolation but forged through the interactions of diverse peoples. The Canaanites, Egyptians, and Babylonian sages who left their indelible marks on Israelite culture. Each proverb, each nugget of advice, was steeped in the experiences of a community learning to navigate the complexities of life, drawing from both ancient traditions and contemporary realities. As the old man's eyes danced across the scroll, he recalled how the sun rose over the hills of Jerusalem, where the teachings of King Solomon echoed through the ages. In his court, philosophers and poets mingled, and the very air seemed charged with possibilities. Solomon, renowned for his wisdom, was not merely a ruler but a conduit for the thoughts of those around him. He listened to the elders recount tales of moral failures and victories, absorbing their lessons like a sponge, and crafted them into timeless expressions. The Proverbs were not just rules. They were reflections of the collective heartbeat of a society grappling with its identity. A child's laughter suddenly pierced the air, momentarily breaking the old man's reverie. He turned to see a group of kids playing in the dusty street, their joy a stark contrast to the deep reflections of the scriptures. Yet, in their playful banter, echoes of Proverbs surfaced, the wisdom of their ancestors woven into their lives, teaching them the importance of friendship and kindness. A friend loves at all times. One shouted, and the others nodded, their innocent understanding a testament to how these ancient sayings continued to resonate through generations. But the world outside the old man's window was not merely a quaint scene of simple joys. It was a canvas marked by conflict and strife. The tension between nations pulsed just beneath the surface. The Assyrians, with their fearsome armies, were a constant threat. The Proverbs were not only about wisdom in daily life but also about survival in a world that demanded strength and cunning. "The wise man sees danger and takes refuge," the old man murmured, recalling the lines that offered guidance in turbulent times. These words had the power to rally a community, to remind them to seek unity in the face of adversity, to lend strength to the weary. As the sun dipped below the horizon, casting long shadows across the land, the old man's thoughts turned to the rich cultural exchanges that permeated his world. The Proverbs often echoed sentiments found in Egyptian wisdom literature and Babylonian epics, a testament to the interplay of ideas that shaped thought across borders. It was said that Solomon's court welcomed scholars from far and wide, each bringing their unique perspectives and teachings. The sharing of knowledge created a kaleidoscope of understanding, where ideas could bloom and thrive, reflecting the beauty of the diverse cultures that surrounded them. The Proverbs themselves bore the fingerprints of these encounters. The familiar line, "Train up a child in the way he should go," resonated with echoes of ancient Egyptian teachings on education and moral development. The value placed on familial bonds and the wisdom of elders transcended cultures, finding common ground in universal truths. These were not merely words on parchment. They were lifelines, connecting people of different backgrounds and experiences through shared values. The old man's heart swelled with pride as he thought about the rich history that surrounded him. Yet, this pride was tinged with a pang of sorrow. He knew that as cultures intermingled, there was a risk of losing the essence of one's identity. The Proverbs spoke of wisdom, yes, but they also served as a reminder to cherish one's roots, to uphold traditions even as new ideas crept in. "Do not forsake your mother's teaching," he whispered, recognizing the delicate balance between embracing the new and honoring the old. Just as the last light faded, a storm brewed on the horizon, dark clouds rolling in as the winds began to howl. The old man felt the tension in the air, a reminder that wisdom is often born in the crucible of chaos. As thunder rumbled in the distance, he believed the ancient words of Proverbs would rise to meet the challenges ahead. "Better a dry crust with peace than a house full of feasting with strife," he recalled, feeling the weight of truth in those words. It was a call to seek harmony, even amidst turmoil, a lesson that resonated deeply in a world where conflict threatened to tear communities apart. The storm broke, rain cascading down, washing the streets and stirring the earth beneath. The old man closed his scroll, knowing the wisdom within was not just a relic of the past but a living force. He felt compelled to share what he knew, to pass on the lessons of his ancestors to the next generation. As he stepped outside, the cold rain mingled with warm tears, tears of hope, sorrow, and a profound sense of connection to a lineage that stretched back through time. In that moment, as the storm raged and the streets glistened, he could see the threads of culture and tradition intertwining. The Book of Proverbs stood as a testament to the impact of these cultural influences, a bridge across time and space, uniting hearts and minds. And as he walked through the pulsing life of the city, the words of wisdom lingered in the air, waiting to be grasped by those willing to listen, to learn, and to grow. In a dimly lit room, an ancient scroll unfurls, its edges frayed but whispers of wisdom intact. The air thickens with unspoken truths, as if the very walls were listening, eager to absorb the timeless teachings held within. Proverbs, a treasure trove of insight, pulses with life, each word a heartbeat, each verse a flicker of understanding that has transcended generations. It all began in the bustling streets of Jerusalem, where the sun painted the ancient stones in hues of gold and orange. There, wise men gathered beneath the shade of olive trees, sharing tales of love and loss, laughter and pain. Amidst the vibrant chaos, a voice rose above the clamor. King Solomon, renowned for his wisdom, his heart heavy with a desire to impart knowledge. With a simple flick of his wrist, he captured the essence of life in a collection of sayings, verses that would echo through the ages like soft footsteps on sacred ground. "Trust in the Lord with all your heart," echoed Solomon, words heavy with the weight of belief. These were not mere phrases. They were life buoys thrown to those adrift in the sea of uncertainty. The people listened, eyes glistening with hope, hearts swelling with the promise of guidance. The Book of Proverbs became a beacon, illuminating dark paths, offering solace in moments of turmoil. As the years flowed like the nearby Jordan River, the teachings spread beyond the borders of Israel, carried by travelers and traders who marveled at the simplicity of Solomon's wisdom. "A gentle answer turns away wrath," they recited, clutching the lines like precious coins. In homes and marketplaces, the words danced on lips, igniting conversations and sparking reflections. Parents whispered them to restless children at bedtime, hoping to instill strength and character. Friends exchanged verses in quiet corners, seeking understanding in a world that often felt chaotic and overwhelming. In synagogues, the scrolls were lovingly preserved, cradled in velvet covers, treated with reverence. Scholars pored over each line, dissecting and analyzing, searching for deeper meanings. The Book of Proverbs became a cornerstone of Jewish tradition, a mirror reflecting the values of a people striving to live righteously. "Do not be wise in your own eyes. Fear the Lord and shun evil," they taught, each word a thread woven into the fabric of their identity. Yet not all accepted these teachings with open hearts. In the shadows, skeptics murmured, questioning the relevance of ancient wisdom in a rapidly changing world. "Is it enough to simply speak of kindness while the world spins with chaos?" they challenged. But the wise stood firm, knowing that within every proverb lay a kernel of truth, timeless and unyielding. As iron sharpens iron, so one person sharpens another, they reminded, their voices rising in unison, a symphony of faith and conviction. Time marched on, and the Book of Proverbs found itself not just a collection of sayings, but a living, breathing guide for life. Each verse became a lifeline, a source of strength for those grappling with choices and challenges. "The fear of the Lord is the beginning of knowledge," young scholars would mutter, eyes alight with revelation. The words sparked curiosity, igniting a thirst for understanding that would not be quenched easily. The pages turned, centuries unfolded, and the world transformed. Jewish communities settled across the globe, each carrying their cherished teachings like a lantern in the dark. In bustling marketplaces of Europe, amidst the aroma of spices and the sound of haggling, a merchant recited, "A good name is more desirable than great riches. To be esteemed is better than silver or gold." Those around him nodded, the truth resonating, weaving bonds of shared values and aspirations. But the shadows of persecution loomed large, casting doubt over the resilience of tradition. In the face of adversity, the Book of Proverbs became a source of strength. "Fear not, for I have redeemed you," whispered the faithful, clinging to words that promised hope amid despair. Families huddled together, sharing their favorite verses, their voices trembling yet resolute. In these moments, the words transformed from mere text to lifelines, pulsating with the spirit of survival. In the quiet corners of study halls, scholars broke bread over the ancient texts, their discussions filled with fervor. "The plans of the diligent lead surely to abundance," one would say, eyes glistening with determination. The conversation spiraled, delving into the essence of hard work, the grit required to carve out a future amidst uncertainty. Here, the Book of Proverbs served not just as a book, but as a sage companion guiding them through the trials of existence. And still, the larger world continued to spin, with its triumphs and tragedies. The echoes of Solomon's wisdom reached the ears of those beyond the Jewish community, finding a place in hearts yearning for guidance. "Better a little with righteousness than much gain with injustice," they would quote, the words resonating far and wide, transcending boundaries of faith and culture. People began to recognize the universality of wisdom, the common threads that bind humanity together in times of grief, joy, and everything in between. As the sun set on the horizon, casting a warm glow over the land, the Book of Proverbs remained a testament to the human spirit's quest for understanding. Each verse, a stepping stone. Each chapter, a journey filled with insights that connected generations. The scrolls, though aged and fragile, carried within them a legacy of resilience, a heartbeat of hope that refused to fade. In every corner of the world, beneath starlit skies and city lights, the wisdom of Proverbs continued to whisper, inviting reflection and action. A mother spoke to her child, a friend shared with another in need, and the cycle of wisdom persisted, ever evolving, yet anchored in the truths that transcended time. Each person, each story, intertwined with the next, creating a tapestry rich with emotion, a living testament to the enduring power of words that have the ability to shape lives and change the world. In the flickering candlelight of an ancient room, shadows danced on the stone walls as a group of early Christians gathered, their faces a mix of hope and uncertainty. Outside, the world was often hostile, but inside this humble space, the air buzzed with the energy of ideas and scripture. They whispered reverently about Proverbs, a collection of wise sayings that had survived centuries, echoing with the voices of kings and sages. Yet, their interpretations were not just scholarly musings, they were lifelines, anchoring their faith in a turbulent world. At that moment, an elder named Silas, with eyes that sparkled with wisdom and a voice that held the weight of experience, began to speak. He recited Proverbs 1 verse 7. "The fear of the Lord is the beginning of knowledge." The words hung in the air, heavy with meaning. For these early Christians, the fear was not of terror but of profound respect and reverence for God. It wasn't merely a lesson in morality. It was the foundation of their existence. Each proverb was a thread, weaving together a tapestry of spiritual truth that they believed could guide them through their struggles. As Silas continued, a young woman named Lydia listened intently, her heart racing. She had come from a family that once worshipped idols, and now she sought purpose in the light of Christ. Each proverb felt like a mirror, reflecting her innermost thoughts and fears. "Trust in the Lord with all your heart," Silas quoted, and Lydia felt a warmth spreading through her chest, a reminder that faith was her compass amid uncertainty. It was as if the ancient words were reaching across time, offering solace and strength. But not everyone shared the same reverence. In the back of the room, a skeptic named Marcus crossed his arms, his brow furrowed in doubt. He struggled with the idea that such age-old wisdom could speak to the present. "How can these sayings apply to our lives?" he challenged, his voice rising. "Times have changed. Can wisdom from the past really guide us today?" A palpable tension filled the air as Silas paused, sensing the challenge. Yet, rather than retreating, he leaned in, his voice steady and persuasive. "Marcus," he said, "these words are timeless because they speak to the human heart. The struggles, aspirations, and questions of life have not changed. From Solomon to our time, the search for meaning persists." The room fell silent, and even Marcus felt a flicker of intrigue. Could it be that these proverbs, crafted in a world so different from theirs, held answers they desperately sought? Then, like a flash of lightning, Silas recited Proverbs 3 verses 5 to 6 with fervor. "In all your ways acknowledge him, and he shall direct your paths." The words wove through the hearts of the gathered believers, igniting a fire within them. Lydia felt a surge of hope wash over her, as if the very essence of God's presence enveloped her. The promise of divine guidance brought tears to her eyes. The idea that she was not alone, that God was by her side, lighting the way through the fog of doubt. As Silas continued, he spoke of the wisdom of Proverbs 15 verse 1. "A soft answer turns away wrath." The room began to pulse with emotion. The early Christians, aware of the persecution that lurked outside their doors, found themselves reflecting on their relationships. How often had they been tempted to respond in anger? How often had they failed to embody the very wisdom they sought? Yet the memory of Christ's gentle spirit inspired them to strive for compassion even in the face of hostility. The air thickened with a raw intensity as Lydia stood, her voice trembling yet resolute. What if we faced our fears with love? What if we chose kindness even when it was hard? Her words hung in the air, a challenge and a prayer. A wave of agreement rippled through the group, and Marcus, feeling the shift, unfolded his arms, his skepticism melting like ice beneath the warmth of community. The night wore on, and the room filled with shared stories, laughter, and even tears. Silas navigated through Proverbs like a seasoned sailor steering a ship through stormy seas. The verses became not merely words but vessels of understanding, guiding them closer to the heart of God. They mused over Proverbs 27 verse 17. "As iron sharpens iron, so one person sharpens another." This was not just a call to unity, but a reminder that their shared journey would mold and shape them into the followers they aspired to be. As the gathering began to draw to a close, Silas offered one final thought on Proverbs 12 verse 25. "Anxiety in a man's heart weighs him down, but a good word makes him glad." The collective burden of fears and worries lifted momentarily, as if a palpable lightness filled the room. They all felt the weight of their struggles, but also the power of encouragement. It was a reminder that in community, they could find strength to carry on. Outside, the night was still dark, and the world continued to pose challenges. But within those stone walls, a flicker of hope burned brightly. Each Christian left with a renewed spirit, their hearts alive with the promise of wisdom that transcended time and space. They were not merely individuals seeking answers. They were a family bound by faith, ready to take on the world together, their lives echoing the whispers of Proverbs. And so, as they stepped out into the cool night air, the world awaited. They would carry their newly ignited insights into the shadows, where every encounter would serve as a test of the wisdom they had embraced. The cycle of interpretation would continue, fueled by their experiences and the wisdom that had taken root in their hearts. What awaited them was uncertain, but they were armed with a timeless truth, ready to encounter the challenges of their faith with courage and unity. Echoes of Proverbs guiding them all the way. In the quiet corners of ancient Jerusalem, where cobblestones whispered stories of ages past, a woman sat on a sun-warmed stone, her brow furrowed with thought. She held a scroll, its edges worn and crinkled, the ink faded yet still legible. The Book of Proverbs, a treasure trove of wisdom, had been her companion in days of joy and sorrow. As she traced the delicate letters with her fingers, a shiver ran down her spine. For within those words lay a bridge connecting the old and the new, a thread woven through time and faith. The teachings of Proverbs were known throughout the land, and their echoes whispered through the teachings of a traveling rabbi named Jesus. His followers, a motley crew of fishermen, tax collectors, and zealots, would gather around him, eager to capture his words that were often laced with the essence of wisdom found in those ancient proverbs. The simplicity of his messages masked profound truths, just as the delicate scroll concealed potent insights. One evening, as the sun dipped below the horizon, painting the sky in shades of gold and crimson, Jesus shared a parable about the wise and foolish builders. The crowd listened intently, their hearts pounding with anticipation. He spoke of the man who built his house on the rock, a metaphor for those who embraced wisdom. The air crackled with energy, and the scroll of Proverbs seemed to vibrate with relevance. Each line, each verse, intersected seamlessly with his message, resonating with the hearts of his followers. The wisdom of Proverbs had always been about practical living, how to navigate the complexities of life with grace. The fear of the Lord is the beginning of knowledge, echoed through the minds of those who listened, a reminder of humility and reverence. It was a call to recognize the divine in the everyday, to find meaning in the mundane. Jesus embodied this wisdom, turning the ordinary into something extraordinary, revealing the sacred in the simple. As night fell, the group gathered around a flickering fire, and laughter mingled with the crackling flames. They shared stories, their voices rising and falling like the tides. A young woman, her eyes bright with curiosity, asked Jesus about the value of wisdom. He smiled, the warmth of his gaze enveloping them all. He spoke of the treasure hidden in the heart, echoing Proverbs, "Wisdom is more precious than rubies." The crowd leaned closer, feeling the weight of his words. Each syllable dripped with truth, leaving them awash in a sea of emotion. The teachings of Proverbs weren't merely ancient rules. They were alive, breathing with relevance in every moment of their lives. The wisdom of knowing when to speak and when to listen intertwined seamlessly with the lessons Jesus imparted. His parables often echoed the age-old Proverbs. The way he described a good tree bearing good fruit felt like familiar territory, a reminder from Proverbs that a good name is more desirable than great riches. The audience nodded in agreement, their hearts igniting with understanding. Yet, shadows loomed at the edges of their joy. Opponents watched from afar, their faces twisted with disdain. The wisdom Jesus spread felt threatening to those who thrived on the status quo. He challenged norms, questioned traditions, and shone light into dark corners, much like the Proverbs that dared to confront ignorance. "How long, you simple ones, will you love simplicity?" The woman on the stone thought, as she recalled the words from Proverbs, feeling the weight of the challenge echoing through the ages. One fateful day, as Jesus spoke of love, a new tension filled the air. The religious leaders, cloaked in their authority, approached him, hurling accusations that cut like daggers. The crowd held its breath, hearts racing, as they awaited his response. "Give to Caesar what is Caesar's, and to God what is God's," he declared, his voice steady and unwavering. The brilliance of his answer left them stunned, resonating with the wisdom of Proverbs that spoke against deceit and hypocrisy. The crowd erupted in whispers, each murmured word carrying the weight of revelation. "A wise man will hear and increase learning," they recalled, their thoughts racing as they considered the implications of his words. In that moment, the connection between the Proverbs and Jesus' teachings felt undeniable, a thread of divine wisdom knitting their destinies together. As the days unfolded, Jesus continued to challenge and inspire, embodying the very essence of Proverbs. He taught them about the value of a humble heart, echoing the timeless truth that pride goes before destruction. Each lesson felt like a heartbeat, a rhythm that pulsed through the lives of those hungry for truth. They clung to his words, eager to learn, to grow, to transform, feeling the weight of a wisdom that transcended time. However, the tension thickened as the leaders plotted their next move. Fear gripped the hearts of the crowd, who saw in Jesus a light that threatened to expose the shadows lurking in their world. The ancient wisdom of Proverbs, which had brought them comfort, now felt like a double-edged sword, cutting through the layers of complacency. "The way of the fool is right in his own eyes," they thought, hearts pounding with the realization that change often comes with a price. In the twilight hours, the woman with the worn scroll felt an urgency building within her. She recognized that the wisdom of Proverbs was not merely old sayings. It was a living force, a guide illuminating the path toward righteousness. As she prepared to face the dawn of a new day, she could sense the convergence of past and present. Jesus, the embodiment of wisdom, and the proverbs that had long been etched in her heart. The destiny that awaited was both thrilling and terrifying, a moment suspended between the ancient words of wisdom and the revolutionary teachings of a man who dared to challenge the world as they knew it. The air crackled with anticipation, and the journey ahead was full of unknowns, each step leading them closer to a truth that would change everything. But for now, the night lingered, heavy with emotion, and the stories continued to weave together. Proverbs, Jesus, and the hearts of all who sought the light. The sun hung low in the sky, casting long shadows as it illuminated the ancient stones of a forgotten village. The air was thick with the weight of history, whispering tales of wisdom spoken by countless generations. Here, amid the crumbling walls, a youth named Eli sat with his grandfather, the flickering lantern throwing warmth against their faces. As they shared stories, they became vessels for the proverbs that had shaped their lives and the lives of their ancestors. Each saying was like a thread woven into the fabric of their existence, binding them to one another and to the past. "Words are like seeds, Eli," the grandfather murmured, his voice a gravelly echo of time. "They grow in the soil of our hearts and bear fruit in our actions." With every proverb shared, Eli felt a rush of emotions, a potent mix of pride, curiosity, and a yearning to understand the world that had come before him. Those words had traveled through ages, crossing barriers of language, culture, and time, each translation breathing new life into the age-old wisdom. Historically, the translation of Proverbs is a vivid tapestry, interwoven with tales of scholars, scribes, and everyday people who sought to capture the essence of their thoughts and beliefs. In ancient Mesopotamia, cuneiform tablets bore witness to the earliest attempts at recording wisdom, their clay surfaces alive with the impressions of stylus against earth. These proverbs often reflected the harsh realities of life, speaking of the river's unpredictable floods and the fickle nature of fortune. When scribes painstakingly transcribed these passages, they were not merely preserving words. They were safeguarding the very spirit of their culture. As time marched on, the sands of Egypt shifted, bringing forth the wisdom of the pharaohs. Hieroglyphics on temple walls echoed truths that transcended time. "A man is as he thinks." The translations could never capture the vibrancy of the original, yet they ignited imaginations across continents. Scholars from Greece and Rome studied these proverbs, drawing threads of wisdom into their own philosophical tapestries. The language morphed, molded by the hands of translators. In the quiet corners of medieval monasteries, monks illuminated manuscripts, their quills dancing across parchment. They took the proverbs of the past and lovingly translated them into Latin, preserving that ancient wisdom through the lens of faith. Each stroke of ink was a prayer, each copied phrase a covenant with time. Here, Proverbs became the moral compass of the age, guiding knights and peasants alike, as stories of valor and virtue spread like wildfire. The Renaissance ushered in a new wave of thought, and with it, a fervent desire to reconnect with the wisdom of the ancients. The great Renaissance scholars, such as Erasmus, translated Proverbs into vernacular languages. "A bird in the hand is worth two in the bush," emerged from the shadows of Latin to resonate with the people. This transformation was electric. It connected the wisdom of the past directly to the hearts of those living in that vibrant age. But with the arrival of the printing press, the proverbs gained wings. No longer confined to the dusty shelves of monasteries, they soared across Europe, reaching the ears of every common man. The pages of books crackled with excitement, words leaping from the printed page and igniting imaginations everywhere. Proverbs like "honesty is the best policy" became mantras for a generation yearning for truth and integrity in a world beset by corruption. Across the ocean, in the new world of America, Proverbs morphed once more, shaped by the experiences of a diverse populace. From African slaves to immigrant laborers, each group brought new colors to the language palette. Proverbs like, "When life gives you lemons, make lemonade," encapsulated resilience and creativity, echoing the struggles and triumphs of the new land. It was a testament to the human spirit, the ability to find light even in the darkest of circumstances. As the centuries unfurled, the translations continued to evolve, adapting to the changing tides of language and culture. The internet, a vast expanse of connectivity, allowed proverbs to be shared instantly across the globe. Suddenly, the wisdom of one corner of the world could reach another in a heartbeat. Actions speak louder than words became a shared truth for millions, a reminder of the power of deeds over mere promises. Yet, with such rapid transformation came the risk of losing the essence of the original proverbs. A translator's choices could alter meanings, sometimes erasing rich cultural nuances. The challenge was immense: how to preserve the spirit while allowing the words to breathe in new contexts. Scholars and linguists tirelessly debated, analyzing the delicate balance between fidelity to the original and accessibility for today's readers. In the present day, proverbs continue to resonate within the hearts of people. Social media platforms buzz with these age-old sayings, now paired with images that evoke emotion and stir the soul. A single tweet can encapsulate the wisdom of ages. What doesn't kill you makes you stronger, resonating with resilience in the face of adversity. Eli, now grown and standing at the crossroads of his own life, found himself reflecting on his grandfather's words. Those shared proverbs, having traveled through the ages, now fueled his ambition. They were not just relics of the past. They were living truths that shaped his decisions and actions. He could feel the weight of history pressing on his shoulders, a connection to all those who had come before him. Each proverb was a constellation in the vast sky of human experience, guiding him forward. As he stepped away from the village, the echoes of his grandfather's voice lingered in the air. He knew that the journey of proverbs was far from over. Each translation, each telling, was a dialogue that continued, inviting the world to reflect, to learn, and to grow. The stories of the past were alive, breathing through the words, waiting for the next voice to carry them forward. Little did he know that his own story was about to intertwine with the proverbs, as the next chapter awaited just beyond the horizon. In a dimly lit room, a young woman sat hunched over a weathered book, her fingers tracing the delicate lines of a faded page. Outside, the world bustled with life, a cacophony of voices and laughter. But inside, a silence wrapped around her like a warm blanket. The words she read were whispers from the past, ancient yet timeless proverbs that had danced through the corridors of history, shaping thoughts, lives, and destinies. Proverbs have always been more than mere words. They are the echoes of wisdom distilled into simple phrases. They carry the weight of generations, holding truths that have guided the lost, consoled the weary, and challenged the complacent. This power was not lost on the great minds of literature and philosophy. In every culture, the humble proverb has found its way into the fabric of storytelling, illuminating the human experience in ways that resonate deeply. Consider the wisdom of Confucius, whose teachings were infused with proverbs that served as beacons of morality. It does not matter how slowly you go as long as you do not stop. This simple phrase reverberated like a drumbeat, urging people to persevere through the trials of life. It found its way into the hearts of scholars and common folk alike, igniting a fire of determination. In ancient China, where honor and respect governed social conduct, his words became guiding stars in the vast sky of human interaction. In the West, the works of Aesop and his fables are suffused with proverbs that taught moral lessons wrapped in engaging tales. His stories became timeless parables, where a cunning fox or a wise tortoise embodied the very essence of human nature. Slow and steady wins the race. This proverb spoke volumes about patience and the often overlooked virtue of consistency. Generations of children grew up with these tales, tucked into their bedtime rituals, learning life lessons through the simple wisdom of animals. The allure of Aesop's words lay not just in their simplicity, but in their ability to linger like a sweet aroma, long after the last page was turned. Shakespeare, too, recognized the magnetic force of proverbs. His plays are laden with them, woven into the dialogues of characters who grapple with love, ambition, and fate. All that glitters is not gold. This phrase, uttered by the wise Moraca in The Merchant of Venice, challenged societal perceptions, urging audiences to look beyond appearances. In a world obsessed with surface and show, these words cut through the noise, forcing an examination of what truly holds value. The bard understood that Proverbs could encapsulate profound truths in a way that resonated with every viewer, striking chords of familiarity and emotion. As we turn the pages of history, we find that philosophers such as Socrates and Plato were no strangers to the allure of Proverbs. Socrates, with his method of questioning, often distilled complex ideas into bite-sized wisdom. Know thyself. This short phrase became a mantra for countless seekers of truth, urging individuals to embark on a quest for self-awareness that has echoed through the ages. It's a simple command, yet its implications are profound and far-reaching. Each time someone stands in front of a mirror, confronted with their own truths and contradictions, they feel the weight of Socrates' words pressing against their conscience. Even in the tumultuous landscape of the Enlightenment, Proverbs found their place. They provided the common man with a voice amid the rise of reason and skepticism. Benjamin Franklin, with his knack for pithy sayings, crafted proverbs that bridged the gap between the elite and the everyday worker. An ounce of prevention is worth a pound of cure. This truth resonated with those who toiled under the weight of ignorance, pushing them toward a proactive approach to life. Franklin's ability to transform everyday experiences into nuggets of wisdom made them accessible, allowing the ordinary to grasp the extraordinary. The journey through time reveals how Proverbs have served as a moral compass, a shared language that transcends boundaries. In the midst of wars, plagues, and revolutions, these sayings have provided solace and clarity. The phrase, "What doesn't kill you makes you stronger," has armored countless souls against adversity, reminding them that resilience can blossom from the deepest wounds. This universal truth has traveled through cultures, finding its way into the hearts of those who need encouragement, whether in the cold trenches of a battlefield or the lonely corners of a hospital room. In the modern era, Proverbs continue to weave their magic, echoing through the pages of novels and the speeches of leaders. They remind us of our shared humanity, cutting through the clutter of modern life with a reminder of our common struggles and aspirations. Time heals all wounds. This saying, though often repeated, carries a tenderness that many cling to in their darkest hours, whispering hope even in the depths of despair. As the young woman closed her book, the weight of those timeless words lingered in the air like the fading notes of a haunting melody. The wisdom of the ages wrapped around her, igniting a fire within her soul. She felt the stirrings of ideas yearning to be expressed, a connection to every person who had ever picked up a pen or spoken a truth. The proverbs that had shaped her understanding were not just words. They were threads in the vast tapestry of human experience, binding together the past, present, and future. The world outside continued to turn, oblivious to the magic contained within that old book. But for her, a door had swung open, revealing the uncharted territory of thought and emotion. As she set her pen to paper, the influence of proverbs in literature and philosophy was woven into her writing, an indelible mark of their power. They were more than just echoes of the past. They were the very heartbeat of humanity, pulsing with life, wisdom, and an ever-present reminder of the truths that bind us all. In the flickering light of a single candle, an elderly woman sat at her small kitchen table, fingers tracing the worn edges of a dog-eared book. The pages were yellowed with age, filled with the wisdom of generations past. Outside, the world pulsed with noise, traffic buzzing like a swarm of bees, but inside, a profound silence hung in the air, an anticipation of enlightenment that felt almost sacred. The woman, Mabel, had seen much in her 80 years. She had lived through wars, seen dreams rise and fall, and witnessed the beauty and brutality of the human spirit. Yet, as she read the words of an ancient philosopher, the weight of history felt lighter, as if it were whispering secrets meant only for her. "Knowledge speaks, but wisdom listens," echoed in her mind. A reminder that wisdom was not merely the accumulation of facts, but the understanding of life itself. Mabel closed her eyes, letting the weight of that thought settle in her heart. The world outside her window was frayed, filled with people rushing past one another, heads buried in phones, eyes glazed over with distraction. She wanted to reach out to them, to tell them that there was a treasure trove of wisdom waiting just beyond the surface of their busy lives. But how? The question hung in the air like the smoke from her candle, curling and dissipating into nothingness. In a distant city, a young man named Amir felt a pang of discontent wash over him as he scrolled through social media feeds filled with curated perfection. The vibrant images stirred a sense of inadequacy that clawed at his chest, reminding him of the deep yearning for connection and authenticity. He had grown up hearing tales of his ancestors who faced immense challenges with courage, of grandmothers who survived famine by sharing scraps of food, of fathers who worked under the blazing sun to build a better future. Their stories were not merely tales. They were blueprints of resilience and hope. One fateful evening, Amir stumbled upon a gathering in a local park. Under the glow of strings of lights, people of all ages shared their stories. Stories that carried the weight of history, love, and loss. As Amir listened, something ignited within him, a flicker of understanding that he had long thought extinguished. He realized that wisdom transcended time and space. It was the unbreakable thread connecting generations. The laughter of children filled the air, and their innocent joy became a balm for weary souls. Mabel, from her small kitchen, could almost hear that laughter, a beautiful echo of the life she once knew. She remembered the stories shared around the dinner table, the way her family would gather to celebrate the mundane, their struggles, their victories, the way they loved and fought for one another. Those were the moments that shaped her, not the accolades or possessions, but the shared experiences that forged unbreakable bonds. Across the ocean, in a bustling metropolis, a woman named Lena stood before a crowd, her heart racing as she prepared to speak. She was an activist, a voice for the voiceless, and she felt the weight of history resting on her shoulders. She spoke of injustice and inequality, of the need for compassion in a fractured world. The stories of those who suffered danced in her mind, and as she shared their tales, she felt a profound connection, a reminder that every voice mattered. The crowd was palpable, their energy swirling with every word Lena spoke. It was as if the spirits of those who came before her stood alongside her, urging her to continue. She could see the flicker of understanding in the eyes of the listeners, a recognition that echoed Mabel's sentiments. As night descended, a poignant hush fell over the crowd. Each person, lost in their thoughts, began to connect the dots between their lives and the lives of those who came before them. They carried not only their own burdens but also the weight of history. It was a realization that would change them forever, a collective awakening to the wisdom that had been overlooked in the rush of modern life. Back in her kitchen, Mabel lit another candle, feeling the warmth of the flame against her skin. She thought of the stories that shaped her, the laughter of her family, and the lessons learned through hardship. She had often worried that the younger generation had lost their way, but as she reflected, she realized that every generation carries its own struggles and triumphs. The stories of resilience and love were still alive. They just needed to be rekindled. The wisdom of the past was waiting to be embraced and shared, like her grandmother's quilt lovingly stitched together, each patch a different story, each thread a connection to those who came before. As the city outside Mabel's window pulsed with life, Amir and Lena continued to share their stories, illuminating the darkness with their collective wisdom. Somewhere in the chaos, they could feel the invisible strings linking them to the past, bridging generations of wisdom to the present moment. They were modern carriers of ancient knowledge, reminding the world that despite the noise, there was still beauty in silence, wisdom in listening, and power in connection. With their hearts aligned, Mabel, Amir, and Lena stood as a testament to the enduring nature of human experience. They were living reminders that wisdom was not a relic of the past, but a living, breathing entity that could guide society forward. Every shared story was a spark, igniting a flame of understanding that could light the way through the darkest of times. And as the candle flickered in Mabel's kitchen, illuminating the pages of her book, she knew that the journey was far from over. Each moment, each story, was a thread in the larger tapestry of humanity, waiting to be woven together in a vibrant celebration of life, love, and the wisdom that could heal the world. In the quiet corners of ancient towns, where every stone whispered tales of old. A child sat at the feet of a wise woman known as Miriam, with hair silver as moonlight and eyes that sparkled with the wisdom of ages. She was a keeper of proverbs, a guardian of ethics. The sun dipped low in the sky, casting golden rays that danced around her, as if even the light craved her stories. "Tell me a story, Grandma," the child urged, eyes wide with wonder, oblivious to the world bustling around them. Miriam smiled softly, for she knew the power of words. Stories had shaped nations and hearts, teaching lessons that echoed through time. She began, her voice a soothing melody that wrapped around the child like a warm blanket. Once, in a village not unlike ours, lived a man named Eli. He was known for his generosity, often seen sharing his bread with those in need. One day, a traveler appeared, weary and worn. Eli, without hesitation, invited him in. "A full stomach brings peace to the heart," he said, offering his last loaf. Little did Eli know, the traveler was a prince in disguise, cursed to wander until he found true kindness. The child leaned in closer, breathless. Miriam continued. Days turned into weeks, and the prince stayed, doing small tasks to repay Eli's kindness. But one night, a storm raged outside, fierce and unrelenting. Eli, worried for the prince, ventured out to check on the barn. That's when he stumbled upon a group of thieves plotting to rob his home. A shiver ran down the child's spine as they imagined the fierce winds and the dark figures lurking in the shadows. Eli's heart raced, Miriam said, but he remembered a saying from his father. Courage is not the absence of fear, but the triumph over it. He took a deep breath, grabbed a pitchfork, and approached the thieves. "Leave my home," he commanded, his voice steady. The child gasped, eyes wide. "Did they listen?" Miriam chuckled softly. "Not at first. They laughed and advanced, thinking Eli was but a weak farmer. But the prince, seeing Eli's bravery, stepped forward, revealing his true identity. "You dare threaten a man of honor?" he proclaimed, his voice resonating with authority. The thieves, recognizing the prince, fled into the night, leaving Eli safe. As silence enveloped the space, the child absorbed the weight of the lesson. "What did Eli learn, Grandma?" "Ah, my dear," Miriam said, her voice laced with warmth. "Eli learned that true strength lies not in wielding power but in the courage to stand for what is right. He understood the roots of kindness and bravery were intertwined, like the branches of an ancient tree." The sun dipped lower, painting the sky in hues of crimson and gold, a reminder of the fleeting nature of life. Outside, the laughter of children playing faded into the background, replaced by the soft rustle of leaves whispering secrets. Miriam shifted in her seat, her gaze steady on the child, as if to ensure they grasped every word. "Some say Eli's story spread far and wide," she continued. "And soon, people from neighboring lands came to hear about the man who had given his last loaf to a stranger. They whispered proverbs inspired by him. Kindness begets kindness, and a brave heart conquers fear." Each proverb was a seed, planted in the soil of their minds, waiting to bloom into actions of compassion and courage. The child, enraptured, could almost see the seeds sprouting, creating a garden of morality. But Miriam's voice lowered, a hint of sadness creeping in. Yet, not every tale concludes happily. There was a time when Eli faced dire challenges. A drought struck the land, and hunger gnawed at the bellies of the villagers. A darker lesson emerged from this hardship. The child's heart raced. "What happened, Grandma?" In his desperation, a man named Jonah sought to hoard the grains, believing that those with the most food would survive. He cut himself off from his neighbors, building walls around his home, convinced they were his enemies. Eli, remembering the strength of community, approached Jonah. "You cannot save yourself alone," he pleaded. But Jonah, blinded by fear, ignored him. Miriam's voice trembled as she spoke of despair, the shadows of the past creeping into the present. Days passed, and while Eli shared his remaining food, Jonah's walls only grew taller. When the rains finally came, it was too late. The earth had cracked, and the crops were lost. Jonah watched as his wealth turned to dust, and loneliness consumed him. The child shivered in the fading light, feeling the weight of Jonah's choices. What did the villagers learn from this? Miriam's eyes glimmered with the depth of sorrowful wisdom. They learned that isolation breeds despair. Proverbs arose from Jonah's fate. A shared burden is a lighter one, and, together, we weather the storm. As the darkness of greed loomed, Eli's light of generosity shone brighter, illuminating the path to unity. As twilight descended, the air thick with emotion, Miriam felt the undeniable thread of connection between the past and present. She leaned closer, whispering, "Remember, my dear, every choice we make sends ripples through the fabric of our lives. The stories we live and tell shape not just our own destinies, but those of generations yet to come." With that, the shadows grew longer, and the child, filled with the weight of knowledge and emotion, sensed that the night held many more stories. Outside, the world continued, oblivious to the moral lessons unfolding in the gentle embrace of dusk. And in that moment, the lessons of Eli and Jonah lingered in the air, waiting for the next soul to heed their call. In the flickering light of a small village, just before dusk, an old woman sat on her porch, her weathered hands cradling a cup of steaming tea. Villagers often gathered around her, drawn not just by her stories but by the rhythm woven into her words. She spoke not in fragments but in echoes, her voice rising and falling like the waves of the sea. "A stitch in time saves nine," she would say, and as she repeated it, the villagers felt the truth settle in their bones. It was more than just a saying. It was a lifeline, a reminder of the power of action and foresight. This enchanting exchange highlighted a unique feature of language that had transcended generations: the art of repetition and parallelism. People often felt their hearts quicken as they listened. Each time the old woman spoke, it was as if the very fabric of the universe folded in on itself, stitching together the past and the present, binding listeners to the wisdom that had been passed down through ages. "Those who do not learn history are doomed to repeat it," she would continue, and at every utterance, a hush fell over the crowd, the weight of her words palpable in the cool evening air. Repetition, when wielded with such care, breathed life into Proverbs. The old woman knew this instinctively. It was an ancient technique, a thread that connected her to the sages of old. In the days of yore, when scribes etched wisdom onto scrolls, they understood the spellbinding effect of words. Feed a man a fish and you feed him for a day. Teach a man to fish and you feed him for a lifetime. The villagers shivered with recognition, their thoughts dancing around the profound implications. Each statement built upon the last, layering meaning and urgency until the air around them crackled with understanding. In the annals of history, Proverbs served as guiding stars, illuminating paths through the fog of uncertainty. The poets of ancient Greece often harnessed repetition to instill their messages deeply within the hearts of their audience. The great Homer, with his epic tales of heroism and tragedy, used this very technique to etch his verses into the minds of those who gathered around the fire. Achilles' wrath, to grease the direful spring, he began, and with each recitation, the story grew larger, resonating through time until it became a part of the collective consciousness. Back in the village, the old woman leaned forward, her voice a soft whisper, yet it carried the weight of mountains. "What goes around comes around," she said, her eyes twinkling like stars. The villagers felt the truth of her words wrap around them, a comforting embrace. They understood that she was not merely repeating a phrase. She was reminding them of the delicate web of cause and effect, the interconnectedness of their lives. Each repetition acted like a thread in the tapestry of their shared existence, pulling them closer together with every word. Parallelism, too, played a crucial role in shaping these nuggets of wisdom. The old woman knew that when she structured her thoughts in balance, it made her messages resonate even louder. In the face of adversity, stand tall. In the light of joy, shine bright. With each pair of phrases, hearts quickened and minds raced. The villagers hung on to each word, the rhythm igniting a fire within them. They echoed her sentiments, repeating them under their breath, letting them become a part of their own lives. Throughout history, this technique has echoed through the valleys, rivers, and mountains of human experience. From the wisdom of Confucius, "What you do not want done to yourself, do not do to others," to the teachings of the Bible, where the words of Proverbs are layered and dense, repetition and parallelism create a symphony that sings through time. Each saying, a note in the grand composition of life, reminding humanity of its shared struggles and triumphs. As the sun dipped below the horizon, painting the sky with hues of orange and purple, the villagers felt a collective shiver. The old woman looked around, her gaze piercing through each listener. "A friend in need is a friend indeed," she said, and suddenly, it was as if the very air vibrated with recognition. Memories flooded back, unearthing moments of loyalty, laughter, and even tears. The phrase hung in the air, a potent reminder of their connectedness, a touchstone for relationships built over years. The emotions tightened their grips. They were on the edge of something profound. Stories that had been buried in the shadows of their lives emerged. With every repetition, the old woman breathed life into the past, grounding the villagers in what truly mattered. They felt her wisdom seep into their hearts, a gentle reminder that these proverbs were not just words but living truths, capable of guiding them through the tumult of life. As the night wrapped around them like a comforting blanket, the old woman's voice softened, yet it bore the weight of ages. "Actions speak louder than words," she reminded them, and the villagers listened, rapt, feeling the gravity of her statement. It struck a chord deep within them. They reflected on their lives, the times they had spoken empty words, and the moments when their actions had truly defined who they were. In that moment, the air around them thickened with emotion, a palpable tension that swirled like autumn leaves caught in a gust of wind. The rhythm of the night pulsed in their veins, echoing the cadence of her words. They were caught in a web of understanding, the proverbs weaving through their lives, creating a tapestry rich with shared memories, hopes, and unspoken dreams. As the stars flickered above, the old woman leaned back in her chair, her heart full. The villagers, enveloped in the warmth of her wisdom, felt a sense of belonging, a connection that transcended time and space. Each proverb, infused with repetition and parallelism, had become a part of their shared identity, an eternal loop binding them together through the ages. And as the night deepened, they knew that this was just the beginning. The next chapter of their story awaited, filled with the promise of new truths waiting to be uncovered. Underneath the sprawling night sky, with stars twinkling like distant dreams yet to be realized, a figure stands alone on a hill. His heart is heavy, weighed down by the burdens of life's uncertainties. He scans the horizon, searching for answers, for signs of hope amidst shadows of despair. This man is no stranger to suffering. He carries the wisdom of ages, yet in the quiet of the night, he wrestles with the very essence of his existence. What does it mean to be wise? Where does real understanding come from? And most importantly, is there a hand guiding the chaos of this world? In ancient Israel, wisdom was not merely an intellectual pursuit. It was a lifeline, a beacon that illuminated the path in times of darkness. The sages of the past, with their scrolls worn from years of study, believed that true wisdom was entwined with the sovereignty of God. They understood that the Creator orchestrated the symphony of life, and within its notes lay profound truths waiting to be uncovered. The Book of Proverbs echoes with wisdom that reverberates through centuries. "The fear of the Lord is the beginning of knowledge," declares the wise, and with this simple statement, a profound truth emerges. Recognizing God's sovereignty is the first step toward understanding everything else. The weight of that phrase settles heavily in the air, drawing the reader into a world where reverence for the divine is the foundation upon which all wisdom is built. This is not merely a philosophical assertion. It is a lived reality. The ancient Israelites faced plagues, wars, and exile. Each calamity was a striking reminder of their dependence on a higher power. In those moments of despair, the wise men turned to the Psalms, where the cries of the heart met the sovereignty of God. "The Lord is my shepherd, I shall not want," resonates deeply in the soul, a declaration that amidst the chaos, there is peace in acknowledging divine oversight. Consider Job, a paragon of suffering and unwavering faith. Stripped of everything he held dear, his wealth, his health, his family, Job's anguish could have easily spiraled into despair. But even in his darkest moments, when friends turned into accusers and understanding seemed miles away, he recognized a sovereign presence. Though he slay me, yet will I hope in him, he proclaimed, defiance and faith interwoven in a tapestry of raw emotion. In the crucible of his suffering, Job discovered that wisdom does not always answer. Sometimes, it simply provides the strength to endure. The Book of Ecclesiastes presents a sobering contrast. The preacher, with his melancholic reflections, invites readers to ponder the meaning of life. Vanity of vanities, he declares, articulating the futility of seeking fulfillment in worldly pursuits. Yet, even amidst the echoes of futility, there lies a thread of hope. To the one who pleases him, God gives wisdom, knowledge, and happiness. Here, the intertwining of God's sovereignty and human experience becomes apparent. While life may often feel meaningless, the gift of wisdom is an invitation to trust in the divine plan, to find joy in the midst of uncertainty. In the ancient courts of wisdom, the voices of men like Solomon ring out like a clarion call. A king renowned for his wisdom, Solomon understood the delicate balance of human power and divine authority. His proverbs are not mere maxims. They are reflections of a life lived under the shadow of God's sovereignty. Trust in the Lord with all your heart and lean not on your own understanding, he instructs, urging the listener to surrender their own limited perspective for the vastness of divine insight. As the night deepens, the air thick with anticipation, the stories of these ancient sages come alive. Their words resonate like a heartbeat, reminding the listener that wisdom is not just an abstract concept. It is a concrete reality grounded in faith. It is the knowing that even when life spirals into chaos, there exists a sovereign God who weaves every event into a larger tapestry, one that may not always be visible, but is always purposeful. The storm rolls in, dark clouds swirling ominously, mirroring the turmoil within the soul of the man on the hill. The wind howls, echoing his cries, but amidst the tempest, a glimmer of clarity pierces through. The realization dawns. Wisdom is not about having all the answers. It is about trusting in the one who holds the answers in his hands. It is a fragile dance of faith, of acknowledging the vast unknown while still taking steps forward. As the scene unfolds, the man finds himself standing at the precipice, grappling with the enormity of his thoughts. He is not alone. The whispers of ancient wisdom tug at his heart, urging him to lean into the very sovereignty that sustains him. The ancient texts become alive. The wisdom literature entwines with his spirit, filling him with an incomprehensible peace, a reminder that despite the raging storm, he is not abandoned. And then, just like that, the clouds break, and a ray of light spills forth from the heavens, illuminating the darkness. In that moment, for the man on the hill, time stands still. A profound understanding washes over him. Wisdom is an anchor in the chaos, a lifeline that connects the finite to the infinite. God's sovereignty is not simply a theological concept. It is a powerful force that shapes destinies, transforms hearts, and carries the weight of human experience. The winds shift, and suddenly, the profound depth of wisdom literature beckons him forward, pulling him into the next chapter of his journey. Each word, each thought, an invitation to continue seeking, to experience the intertwining of his life with the divine narrative of sovereignty and wisdom unfolding before him. The night may be dark, the path uncertain, but with every step, he senses the heartbeat of something greater, something that transcends the shadows, guiding him toward the dawn. In a dimly lit room, an elderly man sits on a worn-out chair, the wood creaking under the weight of his years. He gazes out the window, where the golden rays of dusk filter through the leaves, casting a mosaic of light and shadow on the floor. His fingers trace the edges of a tattered book filled with proverbs passed down through generations. Each line echoes the wisdom of ages, whispering truths about love, loss, and the relentless pursuit of meaning in life. His grandson, a restless spirit of youth, bursts into the room, laughter spilling from his lips like sunshine. The old man smiles, but his eyes reveal a depth of understanding that only comes from a life rich with experience. "Grandpa, what makes life meaningful?" the boy asks, curiosity lacing his voice. The man closes the book, his heart fluttering at the chance to share the tapestry of wisdom woven through the threads of time. "Listen closely," he begins, his voice steady yet warm. "For the answers have been etched into the very fabric of our existence." He leans forward, and the room seems to still, holding its breath in anticipation. In the ancient world, people sought meaning in proverbs as they sought water in a parched desert. Proverbs were not just words, they were lifelines. He recounts tales of ancient civilizations. In the bustling streets of Babylon, merchants and scholars gathered in the shade of palm trees, exchanging not just goods, but wisdom. "A soft answer turneth away wrath," one would say, reminding them that kindness could quench the fires of anger. The boy's eyes widen, his imagination painting vivid scenes of traders, their voices rising and falling like the tides. The old man continues, each story dripping with emotion. "In the sands of Egypt, wise men carved their truths into stone. Know thyself was a call to introspection, urging souls to look within, to unravel the mysteries of their own hearts." He pauses, the weight of the words hanging heavily in the air. The boy can almost feel the heat of the desert sun, the grit of sand against his skin. "Even in the echoes of ancient Greece," the man says, his voice dropping to a conspiratorial whisper, "the oracles spoke in riddles, teaching that the unexamined life is not worth living." The boy leans in closer, captivated by the notion that wisdom has traveled through time, crossing oceans and mountains, shaping lives with its gentle, guiding hand. But then the stories shift, darkening like the storm clouds gathering on the horizon. The old man recalls the struggles of those who sought meaning amidst chaos. "In the shadow of the Great Wall of China," he tells, "the people believed. A journey of 1,000 miles begins with a single step, but many faltered, their hearts heavy with doubt, for the path was perilous, lined with trials that threatened to swallow them whole." The boy shivers, sensing the weight of those journeys, the courage it took to take that first step. As night falls, the room grows colder, and the old man's voice takes on an urgent tone. "In every corner of the world," he insists, "people have turned to Proverbs in their darkest hours. During the Great Depression, when hope was as scarce as a drop of rain in a drought, a simple proverb resonated. When life gives you lemons, make lemonade." The boy feels the chill of despair, yet within it, he senses a flicker of resilience, a spirit that refuses to be extinguished. He imagines those countless souls, their backs bent under the weight of hardship, yet still gathering around fires, sharing stories, laughter, and proverbs that reminded them to find light in the darkest days. They learned to laugh in the face of despair. The grandfather continues, transforming their suffering into strength, their losses into lessons. With each word, the boy hears the heartbeat of humanity, the unbroken thread that connects everyone across time and space. The old man's fingers move across the cracked spine of the book, revealing more than just ink and paper. Inside, there are dreams, failures, triumphs, and an undeniable longing for understanding. "The wisdom of Proverbs," he explains, "is not just to be read, it is to be lived. Actions speak louder than words, they say, and each generation has danced to the rhythm of this truth." The boy imagines the figures of history, their lives intertwining like the branches of a great tree, each leaf a story, a lesson learned through joy or pain. The tension in the room shifts once more as the grandfather's voice rises like a crescendo. "What good are proverbs if we do not let them guide our choices? Do not count the days, make the days count," Muhammad Ali once said. The essence of life is captured in those moments when we choose to live deeply, fully. The boy's heart races, the connection between past and present sparking a fire within him. He begins to realize that each proverb is not just a saying but a key to unlock the door to his own potential. Each one carries the weight of the ages, a reminder that wisdom is a bridge from the past to the future. As the clock ticks softly in the background, the grandfather leans back, his gaze unwavering. "Remember," he intones, "the search for meaning is a path we all walk. It may twist and turn, but in the end, it is the Proverbs, the simple truths that will light the way." The boy nods, feeling a swell of emotions, as if he is standing at the edge of a vast ocean of understanding. Each wave a voice from the past urging him to listen, to learn, to live. As he looks into his grandfather's eyes, he sees not just a man, but a vessel of history, a keeper of wisdom, and a guide through life's tumultuous waters. With the weight of the conversation pressing down on him, he realizes that their dialogue is not merely a conversation about words, but rather a profound exploration of life itself. The elder's stories intertwine with the boy's dreams, and together they forge a bond that transcends time, a testament to the power of wisdom shared and the timeless quest for meaning. As the stars begin to blink awake in the night sky, they sit together in silence, united by the stories of those who came before them, waiting for the next question, the next piece of wisdom to ignite a spark of understanding. The room, filled with the echoes of the past, holds its breath, anticipating the next turn in their exploration of life's greatest mysteries. In a dimly lit room, an old man sits by a flickering candle, his gnarled hands trembling as he turns the frail pages of an ancient manuscript. Each turn of the page resonates through the ages, echoing the wisdom and warning of voices long gone. Proverbs, like time-worn treasures, have whispered their truths to humanity for centuries, their meanings shifting and shimmering like mirages in the desert sun. As the man reads aloud, shadows dance on the walls, playing out the stories of those who came before him. He speaks of a young warrior in ancient Mesopotamia, clutching his sword, who hears the saying, "A fool and his money are soon parted." The words strike him like lightning, shaping his understanding of wealth and folly. This warrior, like countless others, learns that wisdom can be as sharp as the blade he wields, a lesson etched into his mind as he navigates the treacherous paths of life. Across the ages, in different corners of the world, proverbs take root in the hearts of the people. A peasant in medieval Europe works the fields, sweat trickling down his brow as he recalls, "The early bird catches the worm, rising with the dawn." He toils with a fervor fueled by the simple belief that diligence, more than fate, shapes his destiny. The earth beneath his feet becomes a canvas for the vast tapestry of human experience, each stitch woven with the threads of proverbs that guide their daily lives. As empires rise and fall, these snippets of wisdom travel with traders and scholars. In the bustling markets of ancient Persia, merchants barter goods, but it is the exchange of sayings that captures their hearts. "Don't count your chickens before they hatch." One trader warns another, and laughter ensues, a bond formed by shared understanding. Here, proverbs become the currency of connection, their meanings evolving with each exchange, each new interpretation breathing life into the past. In the New World, a young girl sits beneath a towering oak, listening to her grandmother recount tales of their ancestors. "Actions speak louder than words," she says, her voice rich with emotion, and the girl feels the weight of generations pressing upon her shoulders. These words are more than mere sayings. They are the fabric of her identity, binding her to her roots while propelling her into an uncertain future. Time rolls onward like a relentless tide, washing over cultures and beliefs. The Renaissance arrives, a thunderous wave of enlightenment, and suddenly, proverbs become a battleground of ideas. Thinkers and poets dissect the phrases that once brought comfort, challenging their meanings and relevance. All that glitters is not gold echoes through salons, prompting debates that spark fires of passion and intellect. The very essence of proverbs is scrutinized, their power both revered and questioned. Yet they endure, morphing to fit the contours of a changing world. Even as revolutions erupt and societies fracture, proverbs cling to the hearts of the people. In the throes of the French Revolution, a woman stands tall among the chaos, her voice rising above the clamor. "Where there's a will, there's a way." Her words rally the masses, reminding them that even in the darkest of times, the human spirit can ignite hope. The streets buzz with energy, a testament to the resilience found in these age-old sayings, a lifeline thrown to those adrift in uncertainty. In the modern age, proverbs find new life in the digital realm. Social media platforms buzz with hashtags and memes, where wisdom is distilled into bite-sized nuggets. "You miss 100% of the shots you don't take" reverberates across screens, a modern twist on timeless truths. The youth, scrolling through feeds, absorb these snippets as gospel, their understanding shaped by a world that shifts quicker than the speed of light. Yet even in this frantic dance, the core of Proverbs remains intact, a longing for connection, a search for meaning. Amidst the whirlwind of change, scholars and enthusiasts gather at conferences, their discussions a symphony of voices. They speak of the evolution of Proverbs, tracing their paths through history like ancient rivers that carve through the landscape of human experience. A young researcher stands to share her findings, her heart racing with anticipation. "Proverbs are mirrors of society," she states passionately, igniting a fervor among her peers. Each proverb, she argues, acts as a lens through which we can glimpse the fears, hopes, and dreams of those who uttered them. As the sun sets on another day, the old man at the candlelit table closes the manuscript with a reverent sigh. Around him, the weight of history lingers, a tapestry woven from the threads of countless lives, all connected through the simple, yet profound, act of sharing wisdom. The air is thick with unspoken stories, each proverb a doorway into the souls of those who dared to speak. And as darkness envelopes the room, the flickering light casts long shadows, a reminder that behind every saying lies an endless tale waiting to be told, waiting to bridge the chasm of time, waiting to invite yet another voice into the conversation. In a bustling cafe nestled within a city that never sleeps, an old man sat in the corner, cradling a steaming cup of coffee. He gazed out the window, watching the world rush by. The chatter around him faded into the background, but his mind was alive, weaving through the tapestry of human experience. A child's laughter floated through the air, stirring memories of a different time, a different place. The old man smiled faintly, his mind echoing the age-old wisdom that often surfaces in unexpected moments. "A stitch in time saves 9, he thought, resonating with the urgency of the lives around him. Proverbs have a way of slipping into everyday conversations, like a familiar tune that brings comfort. They are the whispers of history, small yet powerful snippets of wisdom passed down through generations. Those words, often spoken in moments of clarity, have shaped cultures and influenced the very fabric of society. From ancient texts to the modern age, these sayings have found their way into popular culture, embedding themselves in the collective consciousness. Consider the films that have graced the silver screen. The poignant line, "What doesn't kill you makes you stronger," has echoed through the ages, capturing the resilience of the human spirit. It resonates in the heart of a character overcoming struggles, their journey weaving a tale of perseverance. Audiences feel the weight of those words as they watch the protagonist rise from the ashes, their spirit unbroken. Every tear shed, every cheer from the crowd, is a testament to the enduring truth that pain can lead to growth. Television shows too have embraced the wisdom of Proverbs. A character sits in a dimly lit room, contemplating their life choices, when they utter, "All good things come to those who wait." In that moment, viewers are reminded that patience is a virtue, and it strikes a chord that lingers long after the screen fades to black. These phrases become more than mere words. They transform into mantras for the audience, guiding them through their own trials and tribulations. In the world of literature, the power of Proverbs continues to resonate. Authors weave them into their narratives, granting characters depth and relatability. "Curiosity killed the cat," whispers a wise old woman in a dusty novel, her experiences etched into her very being. Readers pause, reflecting on their own curiosity, understanding the delicate balance between seeking knowledge and the risks it entails. These phrases connect past to present, grounding characters in a reality that feels familiar and profound. Music, too, dances to the rhythm of Proverbs. Lyrics often contain echoes of these wise sayings, turning them into anthems of hope and resilience. A chorus sings, "You can't always get what you want, but if you try sometimes, you just might find you get what you need." Listeners feel the raw emotion in those words, drawing strength from the understanding that life is a mix of disappointment and fulfillment. Each note reverberates with the experiences shared by countless souls, intertwining their stories into a universal narrative. Social media has become a new canvas for Proverbs, where wisdom is distilled into shareable quotes that resonate in a fleeting digital age. As people scroll through their feeds, they encounter phrases like, "When life gives you lemons, make lemonade." In an instant, this simple saying ignites a spark of optimism, urging them to turn challenges into opportunities. It's a reminder that even in the chaos of life, there's potential for transformation, a little magic waiting to be uncovered. In art, Proverbs serve as inspiration, guiding brushstrokes and sculpting clay. An artist stands before a blank canvas, contemplating the age-old saying, "Beauty is in the eye of the beholder." With every stroke, they express the idea that perception shapes reality, inviting viewers to find their own meaning within the chaos of colors. Each piece becomes a dialogue, a shared experience between the creator and the observer, reminding everyone that interpretation is subjective and powerful. The influence of Proverbs even stretches into the realm of sports. Athletes often quote them, using their wisdom to inspire and motivate. It's not about whether you get knocked down, it's about whether you get back up. The crowd roars as a player triumphs against all odds, embodying the very essence of resilience these words convey. Fans feel the electricity in the air, their hearts pounding as they witness a living testament to the truth found in those simple phrases. In the realm of politics and leadership, Proverbs emerge as rallying cries. "United we stand, divided we fall," resonates in speeches that aim to unite communities and inspire collective action. The audience feels the weight of history behind these words, a call to arms that transcends time and space. Each utterance carries with it the hopes and dreams of those who came before, echoing through the ages, creating a sense of belonging and purpose. As the old man sipped his coffee, a young woman entered the cafe, her eyes bright with determination. She had just finished reading a novel, and the character's struggle had ignited a fire within her soul. "If you build it, they will come," she recalled, feeling the thrill of possibility coursing through her veins. The words danced in her mind, urging her to step into the unknown, to create and innovate without fear. The old man caught her eye, and in that fleeting moment, a silent understanding passed between them, a connection forged through shared wisdom. They were strangers, yet the proverbs that shaped their lives echoed in their hearts, binding them together. In the ever-spinning wheel of time, the whispers of the past intertwined with the hopes of the future, reminding everyone that wisdom is a thread that weaves through every story, every life. The cafe hummed with the sound of laughter, the aroma of fresh coffee, and the pulse of life. As the old man took one last sip, he felt the warmth radiating from the cup, much like the warmth of shared knowledge. In that moment, he knew that the influence of Proverbs would continue to ripple through generations, shaping lives, inspiring dreams, and anchoring souls to something greater than themselves. In a quiet classroom, sunlight filtered through the dusty windows, casting a warm glow over the worn wooden desks. The air was thick with the scent of old books, whispers of wisdom hanging like cobwebs, waiting for eager minds to brush against them. Today, Mrs. Thompson had a special mission, one that would awaken the latent power of words within her students. She stood, poised and ready, a stack of dog-eared cards in her hands, each one bearing a proverb, a tiny treasure of life's lessons, waiting to be unearthed. "Tell me," she said, her voice laced with an urgency that made the students lean in closer. "What do you think these words can teach us?" Eyes darted back and forth, minds whirring like the wheels of a train chugging down the tracks of curiosity. The first card was flipped, revealing, "A stitch in time saves 9. The room buzzed with questions, ideas blooming like wildflowers in spring. Mrs. Thompson marveled at the way they dissected the proverb, weaving it into stories of their own lives. A young girl, Clara, her brow furrowed in thought, spoke of a time she had procrastinated on an important school project, only to pay the price at the last moment. The laughter and shared nods around the room held a palpable energy, a shared understanding that ignited hearts. Mrs. Thompson knew she wasn't just teaching words. She was igniting a spark in their souls. In the corners of the world, proverbs had woven themselves into the very fabric of cultures. Each saying carried the weight of history, echoing the struggles and triumphs of generations. In ancient Egypt, for instance, "Know thyself" directed the hearts of the wise, urging them toward introspection amidst the tumult of the Nile's floods. It wasn't just a saying. It was a lifeline for the lost and a compass for the ambitious. The children's laughter faded into thoughtful silence as another proverb emerged. When in Rome, do as the Romans do. The young minds shifted gears, the wheels of understanding turning faster. They began to grasp that these simple sayings were more than mere phrases. They were windows into different worlds. Each proverb, a key to unlock the doors of culture, tradition, and the profound wisdom of ancestors who had walked paths long before them. "Can't we make our own proverbs?" A boy named Leo blurted out, his eyes shimmering with excitement. And just like that, the classroom transformed from a space of learning into a vibrant workshop of creativity. Mrs. Thompson encouraged them to blend their experiences with the wisdom of the past. They scribbled ideas onto paper, their voices a symphony of inspiration. "A friend's hand is better than a stranger's," suggested Clara, and the room erupted into applause, the walls echoing their pride. The atmosphere thickened with emotion as they discussed failures and triumphs, each story more poignant than the last. Here, in this humble room, the children weren't just learning. They were becoming part of something larger, a tapestry woven from shared experiences and communal wisdom. Mrs. Thompson felt a swell of emotion as she watched them find meaning in their own lives, connecting the dots between their experiences and the age-old proverbs that had guided humanity through centuries. Then came the heavy proverb, "A bird in the hand is worth two in the bush." The mood shifted, a weight settling in the air. Silence enveloped the classroom as the students contemplated its deeper implications. It was no longer just about birds. It was about choices, risks, and the fragile nature of dreams. Leo, usually sprightly, seemed lost in a storm of thought. The moment slipped into a heartfelt discussion about missed opportunities and the pain of longing for something unattainable. Mrs. Thompson's heart ached for them, recognizing the complexity of their young lives. They were grappling with emotions that adults often wrestled with, and it was beautiful and heartbreaking all at once. As the bell rang, signaling the end of class, the students lingered, reluctant to leave the cocoon of shared understanding. They had crafted their own proverbs, a unique blend of innocence and insight. The classroom felt electric, a space where ideas danced and emotions flowed freely. Mrs. Thompson smiled, her heart swelling with pride. It was more than lesson plans and curriculum. It was a living, breathing testament to the power of connection. Outside, the world continued to spin, oblivious to the transformative magic that had unfolded within those four walls. The students stepped into the sunlight, their minds alight with inspiration. They carried with them the weight of history, the echoes of ancestors who had whispered wisdom through the ages. Each proverb now held new meaning, a thread connecting them to a lineage that extended far beyond their own lives. In the days that followed, Mrs. Thompson noticed a shift. The proverbs had infiltrated their conversations, appearing in jokes, stories, even conflicts. "You know what they say," one student would begin, and another would laugh, recognizing the seeds of wisdom that had taken root in their hearts. The proverbs became a language of their own, a code that strengthened their bond, knitting them closer together. That evening, as Mrs. Thompson prepared her lessons, she stumbled upon an ancient book filled with proverbs from cultures around the world. She felt a tug at her heart as she read, the words alive with the pulse of humanity. Each saying spoke a truth, a lesson veiled in metaphor, waiting to be shared. The thought of bringing these new gems into the classroom ignited a fire within her. With renewed vigor, she began to craft her next lesson, carefully selecting proverbs that would challenge her students' perspectives. How would they respond to "all that glitters is not gold"? What stories would rise from "you can't judge a book by its cover"? Each new proverb was a doorway to deeper understanding, an invitation to grapple with the complexities of life. The sun dipped low, casting long shadows across the room, but Mrs. Thompson was undeterred. She was on the brink of something profound, the anticipation thrumming in her veins. The students would not just learn. They would engage in a dialogue that spanned generations, a conversation that would echo through time. It was a beautiful chaos, weaving together laughter, tears, and the unbreakable bonds of shared humanity. And as the night deepened, it became clear that the journey was far from over. The classroom, a crucible of wisdom and emotion, was only just beginning to reveal its hidden treasures. In the dim light of a flickering candle, an old man sits hunched over a weathered book, the pages yellowed with age. He runs his fingers along the ancient text, as if tracing the wisdom of generations. Each proverb, a tiny universe of thought, contains within it the weight of countless lives. Yet the whispers of the past are laden with shadows. The air is thick with tension, and the moment feels electric, charged with the energy of unspoken truths. Proverbs have long been cherished for their simplicity and power. "A stitch in time saves nine," or "the early bird catches the worm," dance through the minds of countless individuals. Yet behind their seemingly innocent facades lies a tapestry of critiques and controversies, woven with threads of cultural clash, moral ambiguity, and historical interpretations. These sayings, often seen as timeless nuggets of wisdom, have been both celebrated and condemned, sparking debates that reverberate through the ages. In the heart of ancient China, Confucius spoke of virtue, propriety, and the proper way to live. His words shaped society and guided rulers, but critics argued they stifled individual thought. Proverbs like "respect your elders" echoed through households, instilling a sense of hierarchy. But what about the voices of the young, the revolutionary spirits who dared to question? The echoes of history remind us that the wisdom of one generation can become the shackles of the next. Across the oceans, in the vibrant lands of Africa, proverbs rich with cultural heritage hold immense power. Wisdom is like a baobab tree. No one individual can embrace it. Such sayings foster community and connection, yet they can also exclude those outside the circle. Critics argue that these words, while beautiful, can perpetuate divisions. The very essence of proverbs, meant to unite, sometimes becomes a barrier, leaving some feeling isolated in their own experiences. In the bustling streets of Europe, the wisdom of proverbs mingled with the chaos of revolutions. "A bird in the hand is worth two in the bush" was echoed by peasants yearning for security amidst uncertainty. Yet, as the flames of freedom flickered, the same words were wielded by those in power to silence dissent. The irony is palpable. A phrase designed to encourage caution could also serve as a tool for oppression. The tension crackles in the air, as if the proverbs themselves bear witness to the struggles of humanity. Religious texts have long embraced proverbs, embedding them within the sacred narratives of faith. Yet not all interpretations are created equal. The phrases meant to uplift can also be used to justify prejudice. In the sacred halls where believers gather, proverbs like "spare the rod, spoil the child" have been invoked to defend harsh disciplinary measures. The emotional weight of such sayings brings forth a haunting question. When does wisdom turn into a weapon? The evolution of language adds another layer of complexity. As cultures collide, the meanings of proverbs shift and bend like a willow in the wind. A saying that once inspired may now be viewed as outdated or even harmful. The simple act of translation can strip away the nuances, turning a once rich tapestry into a monochrome image. "Curiosity killed the cat" brings a chill to the spine, warning against the dangers of inquiry. Yet, what if it is curiosity itself that leads to progress? Here lies the paradox. The same words meant to protect may also imprison. As the sun sets and darkness envelopes the world, the weight of proverbs looms large. A mother, her eyes filled with tears, recalls the words her own mother whispered to her. "What you don't know can't hurt you." How painful it is to know that ignorance can be a double-edged sword. While the saying offers solace, it also reveals a harrowing truth. Knowledge often brings pain. The heartache of knowing what lies beneath the surface is a burden that many bear in silence, haunted by the words that were meant to heal. The academic world, too, wrestles with the implications of these pithy sayings. Scholars dissect the origins of proverbs, revealing biases rooted in the cultures from which they sprang. Money is the root of all evil. A phrase that rolls easily off the tongue holds within it a moral conundrum. Does it condemn wealth, or does it merely reflect the insecurities of those who lack it? The fierce debate ignites passion, leading to questions that linger in the air like smoke from a dying fire. In modern times, proverbs have taken on a new life, morphing into catchphrases and slogans. Social media amplifies their reach, but it also distorts their meanings. The simple phrase, "live and let live," is now splattered across screens, a rallying cry for tolerance. Yet, the very act of oversimplifying complex issues can lead to misunderstanding and division. The irony bites hard. In the quest for unity, the essence of proverbs can become diluted, leaving behind a husk that no longer resonates. As the candle flickers and the night deepens, the old man puts down his book, eyes reflecting a myriad of thoughts. Each proverb, a story waiting to be told, carries the weight of human experience, yet also the burden of controversy. He gazes into the darkness, where whispers of the past intertwine with the voices of the present, creating an endless loop of emotion and tension. The air is thick with anticipation, as if the very universe is holding its breath, waiting for the next chapter to unfold, where the threads of proverbs will continue to weave an intricate tale through the fabric of life. The sun dipped below the horizon, casting a warm, golden light that danced across the streets of an ancient village. The air was thick with the scent of freshly baked bread, and laughter echoed from a nearby courtyard where children chased each other, their giggles mingling with the gentle rustle of leaves. This was a place where wisdom flowed as freely as the river that wound through the town. A place steeped in proverbs passed down through generations, each one a tiny piece of the collective soul of the people. As the sky transitioned from day to night, the villagers gathered around a flickering fire. Elders, faces weathered by time but eyes bright with knowledge, recounted age-old sayings that had shaped their lives. "A bird in the hand is worth two in the bush," one would say, his voice steady, invoking the careful wisdom of restraint. A nod of agreement from the crowd, an understanding that in a world filled with choices, sometimes what you already possess is more precious than what you might gain. Yet, outside the serene bubble of tradition, the world was shifting at a dizzying pace. The rise of technology, with its intricate web of information and chaos, threatened to overshadow the simple truths held dear by these villagers. Young people, their faces illuminated by the glow of screens, began to question the relevance of age-old proverbs. Why rely on sayings from centuries past? They would argue. When we have the whole world at our fingertips, the elders felt a pang in their hearts. With each passing day, their wisdom seemed to drift further into obscurity. Each proverb, once a sturdy bridge connecting generations, now felt like a fraying thread. The village was caught in a tug-of-war between time-honored traditions and the relentless march of modernity. On a particularly stormy night, when the wind howled like a wounded animal, a young woman named Alara found herself wandering through the village, her thoughts swirling as chaotically as the storm above. She had grown up hearing her grandmother's voice, rich and deep, reciting proverbs that echoed through her childhood. "Actions speak louder than words," she would remind Alara, emphasizing the importance of deeds over empty promises. But Alara, with her dreams of breaking free and conquering the world beyond the village, felt that the wisdom of her grandmother belonged to a different age. Caught in a moment of desperation, Alara stumbled upon the village's old library, a place filled with dusty tomes and forgotten knowledge. As she entered, a sudden hush enveloped her, as if the very books were holding their breath. She reached for one, its leather cover cracked with age, and opened it to reveal pages filled with proverbs. The words spoke to her, igniting a flicker of curiosity deep within. "Where there's a will, there's a way," she read, feeling a strange comfort in the lines. What struck her was not just the words themselves, but the lives they had touched, the hearts they had guided. Each proverb was a thread in the tapestry of humanity, woven with hopes, dreams, and experiences. Outside, the storm raged on, but within the library, a calm settled around her. Alara could almost hear her grandmother's voice echoing in the musty air, reminding her that wisdom isn't static. It evolves, adapts, and transforms. It hit her then, like a thunderclap. These sayings were not relics of a bygone era but rather living entities, capable of growing alongside her generation. Suddenly, a flash of lightning illuminated the room, casting shadows that danced wildly on the walls. Alara gasped, her heart racing, realizing that the future of wisdom lay not in the rejection of the past, but in the dialogue between generations. The elderly had much to offer, yes, but so did the young, bursting with ideas and innovation. What if they could blend their knowledge, creating a new tapestry of understanding that honored the old while embracing the new? The fire outside began to flicker dangerously low. The villagers, sensing the urgency of the moment, gathered closer, their eyes reflecting the flames and the shadows of shifting thoughts. A spark ignited within Alara, and she rushed out to join them, her heart pounding with purpose. "Listen," she called, her voice cutting through the thick, charged air. "We stand at a crossroads. The proverbs of our ancestors are not outdated. They are the guiding stars in our night sky. But we must adapt, weave our own truths into the fabric of what they've given us." A hush fell over the crowd as her words hit home, the tension palpable. The elders raised their eyebrows, intrigued, while the young nodded, a flicker of understanding igniting between them. "Let's create new proverbs," she proposed, her heart racing with excitement. "Let's capture the essence of our experiences, our struggles, our triumphs, and add them to the wisdom of the past." The fire crackled, mirroring the surge of energy in the air. Ideas began to flow, voices rising in a harmonious blend of old and new. "A screen cannot replace a smile," one elder chimed in, and the crowd erupted in agreement. Laughter filled the air, the sound of life intertwined with the spark of creativity. As night turned to dawn, the village had transformed. The ancient proverbs flowed freely, dancing alongside fresh, vibrant expressions of life. The future of wisdom was no longer a battle of old versus new. It was a vibrant tapestry, rich with colors and textures, woven through shared experiences and mutual respect. But just as the sun kissed the horizon, a strange unease began to creep into the hearts of the villagers. The world beyond their village still loomed, its rapid pace unyielding and its allure undeniable. The whispers of change were not finished yet. Their story was only beginning, and the future was as unpredictable as the storm that had just passed. What awaited them beyond the horizon? Would wisdom continue to thrive in such a tumultuous world? The dawn broke, casting light on the faces of the villagers, their eyes filled with determination and wonder. The question lingered in the air, heavy with unspoken possibilities, as they looked toward the future, where wisdom and knowledge awaited them, waiting to be shaped anew, just as the world was reshaping around them. A young boy named Eli sat cross-legged on the dusty floor of his grandmother's home, listening intently as she recited the ancient words of wisdom from the Book of Proverbs. The fading sunlight streamed through the window, casting a warm glow over the room, but it was her voice that held him captive. "A wise son brings joy to his father, but a foolish son brings grief to his mother." Each word was a heavy stone, sinking deep into the waters of his mind, sending ripples of thought that echoed in the corners of his heart. In that moment, Eli was not just hearing words. He was absorbing centuries of culture and tradition. The Proverbs, so rich in meaning, were a treasure trove of human experience. They spoke of life's challenges, the value of wisdom, and the delicate balance between joy and sorrow. As his grandmother continued, Eli began to feel the weight of the world pressing upon him. Her stories were not mere tales. They were lifelines connecting him to a vast sea of wisdom shared across generations. But just beyond the walls of that humble home, other cultures were weaving their own tapestries of wisdom. In ancient China, wise men known as sages gathered in quiet contemplation, crafting sayings that would survive the ages. The journey of 1,000 miles begins with a single step, echoed through the mountains and valleys, planting seeds of determination in the hearts of countless souls. Each proverb, each maxim, became a mirror reflecting the universal truths that bind humanity together. In the bustling markets of ancient Athens, philosophers strolled through the vibrant streets, their discussions weaving through the air like the scent of fresh bread. Know thyself, they urging the citizens to look inward and understand their own nature. The wisdom of the Greeks was alive, vibrant, and palpably felt in every interaction. They debated, they laughed, and they cried, all the while crafting a legacy that challenged, uplifted, and sometimes tore at the fabric of society. Across the seas, in the lands of Africa, wisdom was sung through the voices of griots, storytellers who carried the histories and proverbs of their people on their tongues. Wisdom is like a baobab tree. No one individual can embrace it. They would chant, urging communities to come together, to share their knowledge, their failures, and their triumphs. The rhythm of their voices created a heartbeat that resonated deep within the hearts of listeners, a reminder that wisdom is communal, a shared experience that transcends borders. In India, the Vedas whispered secrets of the universe, and the Upanishads questioned the very nature of existence. As you think, so you become, they taught, allowing the minds of the people to stretch, to explore, to question. Here, wisdom was not just a collection of sayings. It was an invitation to dance with the divine, to engage in the sacred act of introspection. Time wove through these cultures, each thread vibrant with stories of human struggle and triumph. Eli's grandmother finished her recitation, her voice trailing off like the last notes of a haunting melody. The room fell silent, yet Eli felt the energy of the words swirling around him, connecting him with something greater, something timeless. He looked up at her, eyes wide with questions, longing to understand the depth of what he had just heard. What if the wisdom of his people was just one note in a grand symphony that spanned the globe? He could feel the pulse of the world in his veins, each proverb a heartbeat, echoing in harmony with the wisdom from other lands. The thought sent goosebumps across his skin, a thrilling rush of connection that transcended time and space. As night fell, Eli ventured outside, gazing up at the vast tapestry of stars that spanned the sky. He could almost hear the whispers of ancient sages, the chants of griots, the musings of philosophers. Each star, a story. Each constellation, a lesson. The universe was alive with wisdom, a reminder of humanity's shared experience. The emotions stirred within him were raw, palpable, a longing to connect the dots, to bridge the gaps that separated cultures and wisdom traditions. Unbeknownst to Eli, in another part of the world, a woman named Amina was sitting beneath the shade of an ancient fig tree, surrounded by her family. They shared proverbs that had been passed down through generations, each one a piece of their identity, a thread in the fabric of their community. If you want to go fast, go alone. If you want to go far, go together, she shared, her voice a soothing balm against the chaos of life. The words wrapped around her family like a warm embrace, reinforcing their bond and their shared journey through the trials of life. As Eli stood beneath the stars, he felt a spark of kinship with Amina and countless others who carried the weight of wisdom upon their shoulders. The realization washed over him like a wave, each drop filled with emotion. The wisdom of his ancestors was not isolated. It was a part of something larger, a global conversation that had been occurring for centuries. In that instant, the world felt small, yet infinitely vast. Eli's heart raced at the thought of how these threads of wisdom could weave together, creating a rich tapestry that resonated with the struggles and victories of people from every corner of the earth. Just then, he remembered his grandmother's words about being wise, and he felt a deep desire to share what he had learned. While Eli gazed at the stars and felt the weight of wisdom on his shoulders, Amina continued to share proverbs with her family. Each saying was a thread binding them together, creating an unbreakable bond. As night deepened, Eli and Amina remained unaware that they were both on the cusp of a revelation, their journeys entwined by the power of wisdom that transcended culture and time. Eli closed his eyes, letting the whispers of the past wash over him, feeling the pulse of wisdom from every corner of the globe. He could sense that the stories, the proverbs, and the shared experiences of humanity were not just tales told in isolation, but a collective legacy waiting to be acknowledged, cherished, and carried forth into the future. The night held its breath, the stars twinkled with promise, and the world continued to turn, each soul a note in the beautiful symphony of life, forever seeking wisdom, forever bonding over shared truths.